Presenting Orson Welles as the third man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
The world, the poet says, is so full of a number of things, he's sure we should all be as happy as kings. Luckily, the world, so full of such a number of other things, is also pretty generously loaded with suckers. What, my children, is a sucker? A sucker is a larcenous chump who likes to gamble as long as it's a sure thing. And do I need to tell you that the surest thing in the world is that a sure thing can't be sure? Step a little closer, friends. You're crowding the pavements. Let me tell you about it.
And now Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man in It's a Knockout.
Point him out to me, Harry.
See? There he is. One that's knocking his pipe out. That's Stan Pierce. That's our little old sucker. And Holocaust.
Not bad looking, is he?
Keep your mind on your business now, Jenny. He's worth at least $30,000 to me if you do as I tell you.
Don't worry, Harry. I'll have him in Havana with his $30,000 on a plate inside of 48 hours.
Oh, okay. I'll be waiting for him. Now, try and get a seat near him on the plane. And don't forget, when you meet me in Havana, I'm not Harry Lime. I'm J. Harrington Lime, the Wall Street tycoon. When an American businessman like Stan Pierce goes on a Florida vacation and finds himself sitting on the plane next to a pretty girl, he makes my work pretty simple for me. I'd known she'd be able to pick him up easily. She was telling him the story I'd coached her in the next night in a Florida nightclub, and by that time he was ready to believe anything she told him.
Can't you stay over here in Miami another day?
Oh, Stan, I'd love to, but you don't know my boss. I've got to fly to Cuba first thing tomorrow morning to give him the contracts he sent me to New York for. If I'm not there, ouch.
Sounds like a slave driver. We begrudge you one day in the sun here.
Mr. J. Harrington Lime is a stinker, especially to his secretary.
J. Harrington Lime. You say that name as though I should have heard of him.
Only if you're working Wall Street.
If he's such a stinker, why don't you quit your job?
That's what I want to do. The only thing I want to do is make some money before I do. If only I could just figure a way to...
Do what?
Well, I'm not sure that I... Oh, I'm being silly.
What?
Oh, I started to think I shouldn't tell you about it, but I don't know why I shouldn't. You don't know Mr. Lime, after all. Probably won't see him anyway. Besides, you're nice. I like you. I sure think I can trust you.
Sure you can. You got an idea?
Well, you see, Mr. Lime's a great sportsman. Loves to gamble. On the fights, the races, almost anything.
Matter of fact, me too.
Well, anyway, so Mr. Lime's got this big palace of a place in Cuba near Havana. You know, mink line, swimming pool, tennis courts, the works. And right on his estate, he's found that one of the workmen, a Cuban, is a wonderful boxer.
So?
His name is Pancho Cordobas. He's really good. At least, I don't know much about boxing, but the trainer Mr. Lime brought down, and the doctor and everybody, they all say Pancho will be a world champion.
Really? Pancho Cordobas. Funny, I never heard of him.
It's not funny. Would be funny if you had heard of him. He's had 10 fights, won every one by a knockout. But don't you see? Mr. Lime just keeps him under wraps. All his fights were held in secret.
In secret? I don't get it.
Sure. So that when Mr. Lime matches him in New York, he'll be absolutely unknown. He's trying to get him matched up against top boys, and whoever it is Pancho fights, Mr. Lime will be able to get simply wonderful odds. See?
I'm beginning to, but I don't see how you figure to make any money out of this. Are you going to...
Let me tell you, in secret, of course. Now, Mr. Lime always tries to get his guests to bet against him. He takes Pancho, and he'll give big odds because he's so sure of Pancho.
Yeah, and?
Pancho has agreed with me that he'll lose this next fight if I give him the word. He'll... What's the expression?
Take a dive.
That's it, for a price. Mr. Lime's been giving him a purse of $5,000 every time he wins. We agreed I'd give him twice that if he loses.
This Lime, he gives good odds on Pancho?
Last time he was trying to find takers at 10 to 1.
How can you lose?
I know. Isn't it awful?
That's awful. It's a smart scheme for a girl to have thought of. What's the hitch?
Well, even with all my savings, I couldn't win enough to pay off Pancho. Besides...
You've got to have someone to do your betting for you.
Exactly. So I guess I'll just have to stick to my job for a while longer.
What would you say if I offered to put up some of the capital for you?
Oh, no, Stan. Have you got that kind of money?
On a sure thing like this? I sure have.
Oh, Stan. Look, I'll give you all my savings right now.
Wait a minute.
$1,000. If you can only help me out.
Well, all right. You know, this will be a good thing for us both.
Oh, sure it will. Let's both have a drink on it, shall we? To celebrate our partnership. Oh, Stan, you're wonderful. And you're sure you'll be able to raise some cash to bet?
On this kind of a proposition, I'll have $30,000 cash at least.
Oh, Stan, how wonderful.
How wonderful, yes, indeed, especially for me, Harry Lime. I always find it refreshing to relieve a rich sucker of money when he thinks he's going to steal from someone else. Jenny had done well. She got Stan Pierce over to Cuba within the 48 hours she'd promised. The hook was baited. Poor fish was about to bite. Well, either you're uncommonly lucky, you certainly are an expert on cockfights.
Just luck, Mr. Lime, beginner's luck.
Oh.
Matter of fact, this is the first time I ever saw the birds fight in my life.
Oh, you don't say. That's $75 you want from me. There you are. What was your name again?
Pierce. Stan Pierce from Cleveland.
Glad
I'm
to
in
know
the
you.
insurance game.
Mr. Pierce, you like boxing very much?
Yeah. I go to the fights whenever I can.
Where are you staying, Mr. Pierce?
I'm at the National, sir.
Well, good night. Good night, Pierce. It's been pleasant chatting with you. Maybe I will undertake to win that $75 back from you. It's important to handle a chump with artistic appreciation. Limousines, country estates are expensive, but for me, I regard them as legitimate business deductions. I wanted to make sure this chump Pierce was impressed. I even had a half-dozen pals on hand, all dressed up to the nines, pretending to be my weekend guests. Charming people, all of them, really. Very capable of giving my chump a good time, flattering him, making him feel nice and secure. First, I fed him lunch, then a good Havana cigar. Then we went for a stroll, our whole party, and I led them casually down to a specially outfitted training quarters.
Oh, Harry, this is the fighter you were telling us about.
Discovered him yourself, I understand.
That's right, General.
How about that? Is that why you were asking me if I went to prize fights, Mr. Lime?
What do you think of him? He's fast, isn't he?
He certainly is. What's his name?
I call him Young Pancho, of course. I don't know yet whether he's any good or not. He hasn't fought a single fight.
He hasn't? I mean, he hasn't.
No.
He looked so sharp, I could have sworn that...
Beautiful, so graceful.
No, he's fighting for the first time next Thursday. You've heard of Kid Burke.
middleweight? Oh, sure, he's a good puncher. I've seen him.
Well, I understand Burke's pretty good. I've gotten him to come over and go a few rounds with Young Pancho. I'm making up a purse for the winner.
You've never had a fight yet. How do you know your boy hasn't got a glass jaw, Mr. Lime?
I don't, Pierce. That's what I hope to find out next Thursday.
Harry, off Kid Burke's record, and seeing that young Pancho's never had a fight, I hate to do it, but I might take some of your money away from you at a friendly wager, huh?
Trust Lime, General. He'll see to it that the odds work for him.
Maybe I could give you a chance to win back your $75, Mr. Lime. What's the matter?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Pierce. I'm really sorry. I shouldn't be laughing. I was just amused at the idea, that's all.
Idea of what?
Well, don't you see, I was planning to make up a purse of $10,000 on the fight, and any side bets that I could place on Pancho. Oh, I want to make sure that my winnings would cover the purse, don't you see? 75.
Yeah, I might possibly be able to bet a stake that would interest you.
Oh, that'd be fine, Mr. Pierce. Fine. I'm sure, yeah. Nothing better calculated to make a chump impatient. Nothing better calculated to make a fish leap for the hook than to twitch the bait away as though he maybe isn't going to get a chance to grab it. I was hoping Pierce's neck was hot under his collar as I walked away after giving him that little brush. I wanted to give him a chance to talk to Jenny without anybody else around. Sure enough, I could see him moving over to his side.
Well, what do you think, Stan?
He said this was Pancho's first fight coming up.
Oh, he always tells people that. Don't you see? That's the way they're likely to bet a lot more money on him. That's the kind of a man he is. That's one reason I hate him so much.
I see what you mean. Well, say, here he comes.
Who? Oh, Pancho. ¿Cómo está, Pancho?
Senorita?
Have a good workout?
Gracias, it was fine. I feel best I ever feel.
Now, don't forget, Pancho. Third round. That's our agreement.
Senorita, what are you saying?
Oh, don't worry about Stan. He's my partner in the deal.
This is safe?
Oh, sure. Safe as a bank. Stan, shake hands with Pancho. This is Senor Pierce, Pancho.
Honor, senor. But, senorita, if too many people find out...
Now, don't worry, Pancho.
Yes,
I said it was all right. Third round now. That's our bargain.
Sí, third round.
Hey, Pancho, get in the showers.
Okay. Buenas tardes, senor. Senorita,
See you later. Well, Stan?
I'll go in it with you, Jenny. Looks good to me.
Oh, wonderful.
That lime, he got me a little sore. I'm going to show him I'll take him for plenty.
What do you mean?
I'll have to convert some bonds and maybe borrow a few bucks, but I think I can work it so that I can put my hands on $45,000.
Oh, Stan.
Yeah, at good odds, say 10 to 1, we'll clear.
Oh, it's so much I can't even think of it. Oh, Stan, I just want to kiss you.
Okay with me, honey.
Can you get those bonds or whatever they are converted in time for the fight?
That's for next Thursday? I should think so. I should be able to get a draft on my bank from one of the banks here in Havana.
And my 1,000. You still have it. It's safe?
Don't you worry about chicken feet like that, honey. By next Thursday, you'll be on the easiest street in the biggest house in the block.
You see what you get just by being a little rude? I'd figured this chump was good for 30,000, and now he's begging to give me 45. I could have told him that the bank in Havana would be efficient, unfortunately efficient for him. By Thursday afternoon, Stan Pierce, my fine, fat little Cleveland insurance man, has $46,000 bills in his pocket, one of them mine that I'd given to Jenny to give to him, and the rest of them his, which would end up in my pocket $45,000.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. Now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with It's a Knockout.
So it's dinner time. Dinner time, and over the brandy, I'm ready to start accepting bets. Well, General, 5 to 1 then. I'll tell you what, I'll make it 15 to 2. Hey, what's the matter? Can't I get any action from you gentlemen?
Well, Harry, those are nice odds. Suppose I bet 25,000. I'm taking...
Swell. Just give you 25 to Jenny here. Here's my end.
Wait, I don't want to carry this money all around.
Here, take this little satchel. You can stuff it in there. Well, Judd?
I don't know, Harry.
I'm not sure I trust you.
Fire and thunder, man. I'll give you 10 to 1.
I'll take those odds, Mr. Lime.
What's that? Oh, Pierce. Well, fine, sir, fine. I'll take you $75, too, if I can't get any larger action from these gentlemen.
My wager on Burke is $4,000 to $6,000, Mr. Lime.
Oh, fine. You've got cash, of course. Give it to Jenny here. And Jenny, here's my end.
Mr. Lime, I hate to be carrying all this money
Getting
around.
heavy, is it, Jenny? All right, then, Pierce. Suppose you be appointed custodian of the stakes.
Well,
Come on, old man. I'm sure everyone here trusts you. Well, can I get any more action? If not, there's just one more thing I want to say before we all go to the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, you all understand that, of course, this fight is private. It's not being conducted under any boxing commission rules. For that reason, it's a little irregular. As a matter of fact, our Cuban police friends would quite possibly feel that it's illegal. You understand, General, that's why I couldn't take your check.
Yeah, sure.
Well, friends, I presume I can trust you not to mention that the entertainment was held out here tonight.
Sure.
It's to protect the licenses of the fighters and the managers involved. I have your assurance.
Sure, you can trust us. Yeah,
Then let's all go. Fight's about to start. Pierce, you got those stakes all right? Let's go. Sheer delight to watch Pierce carrying that satchel. You ever watched a man that you know is guilty, trying to act innocent? Of course, this is the first time Pierce has ever tried an act like that. Down through the gardens to where the ring was set up, there were perhaps 3 dozen of us, maybe 50 altogether, counting the trainers, the seconds, the referee, and all of them, of course, in on my little scheme, except just one, Mr. Stan Pierce. Fortunately, they weren't all on my payroll. They were friends, gamblers, confidence men, their girls, anxious to do me a favor, and anxious, too, to watch the fun. Fighters in the ring now, referee's talking to them. I have to watch them, but I have to watch Pierce, too. First round, fighters pretending just to feel each other out. Pancho's putting on a show of fancy footwork. Of course, the 2 fighters I've hired put on a good show. It's artistic. We can't have Pierce getting worried about how raw it'll look when Pancho takes his dive. Poor Pierce. I know just what he's doing. He's figuring how long a round takes, 3 minutes, multiplying that by the number of rounds Pancho's agreed to go before he pretends to be knocked out, adding a minute between rounds, and he's thinking in less than 10 minutes, he'll be collecting his bet. Less than 10 minutes. Whoop. That's because Pancho went down on his knees. Burke really clipped him. Looked good, too. I'll bet Pierce is just as happy he didn't bet on what round Pancho would lose in. There goes Pancho again on the canvas.
2, 3, 4.
And he's up at 5. Pierce looks worse than Pancho does. Now Pierce is feeling at his feet, making sure the satchel's still there, looking around furtively, thinking, they really trust me. Silly smile on his face. I'll just speak to him and see what he says. Well, how about it, Pierce? Enjoying the fight?
Sure, but your boy doesn't look very good in there.
Oh, don't worry about young Pancho, Pierce. He'll be all right.
Come, Pancho, at it. Come on. Get it.
Now, here they go again. Pancho looks as though he's got a cut open up under his eye there. He probably want another $10 from me for that. He's sure a pretty good boxer at that. Now look at Pierce. Just look at Pierce. I'll bet he's adding up his profits again. 46,000 at 10 to 1 and 460,000 minus 10,000 to Pancho leaves 450,000. Split 2 ways with Jenny means a clear gross of 225,000 smackaroos. Oop, there he goes, down again. That Burke's got a pretty right hand at that. Just reaches out and down goes old Pancho on it.
2, 3, 4.
Count of 4 that time. I better get more worried looking. Pierce might suspect something. Yeah? He's looking at me, all right. Watch his right, Pancho. Watch his right.
Come on, Pancho.
I hope I look sick enough. Pierce is watching the fighters again. Fighters, that Pancho. He's really one of those powder puff fighters. All flick and fluff, no real sock to him. Burke could land him in 1 round if this fight was a square rattle. Pierce is breathing harder than either of the fighters. Uh-oh, he's looking over at me. Maybe I'd better.
Your money feels safe still, Mr. Lime?
Oh, at least I know now my boy doesn't have a glass jaw, Pierce. But I just can't understand what's come over Pancho tonight. He seems sluggish. Maybe he's overtrained.
Maybe he's his reactions do seem sort of slow.
This is Rich. Now Piers is worried. He's scared Pancho will make me suspicious. Round 3, this is where it happens. Look at Piers. His hand groping to make sure he's still got that satchel, thinking, now is when we can reach right out and grab $225,000. Greedy boy. I'm far more restrained. All I want is your $45,000. Better pay more attention to the fight. Pancho's left in Burke's face, takes a right across, answers back, hands are down. Sure looks like Pancho's guard is wide open. Pierce will like that. Now the right from Burke, catches Pancho on the side of the head. He looks dazed. Now's the moment for Burke to step in. He's measuring Pancho. Here it comes. A terrific right, and it misses. Pancho ducks under, dances away, and the crowd wants to know what happened to Burke. They pretend they don't understand. Pierce, he's stunned. Why? Burke is down on his back, blood spurting out of his mouth.
He missed him.
Now, where's that phony doctor? He should be in the ring pretending to examine Burke.
Doctor!
What happened, Jenny?
Gosh, Stan, I don't know.
The doctor.
Give me my bag. Once. On that seat there.
Doc, what happened?
This man's hemorrhaging. He's in very bad shape.
But I never touched him. Santissima Madre de Dios.
That Pancho puts on a very good act.
Apparently, you didn't need to touch him. Stand back, please.
But I tell you...
No, never mind. There's no use. This man is dead.
Dead? Dead, but how?
Apparently, Mr. Lime, when he missed that terrific swing, he burst a blood vessel. Completely chance. Couldn't have been predicted.
But are you sure?
Lime, your guests.
Oh, yes, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, I must ask you all, please, to leave at once. Please say nothing of what has happened here tonight. I'm very much afraid we're all accessories to homicide. If this ever gets out. Now, good night, ladies and gentlemen. Please leave as quietly as possible.
Yeah.
Quick, the money. There.
But what are you going to do?
What do you think? Take it.
But we lost the bet.
I don't care. He'll never be able to report us. He'll be too busy trying to hush this thing up.
But
Listen, a plane leaves for Miami from Havana at midnight. Grab it. I'll meet you at the hotel in Palm Beach tomorrow.
But, Jenny, we're liable to be arrested in a homicide rap.
Don't you think I know that? Go on, beat it. I'll meet you in Palm Beach. Hurry.
But I've got no money left.
Here, quick. Before they say I've got the satchel. Here's 100. Goodbye, Stan. And Stan, listen.
Yeah, well, what?
Hurry.
The most artistic aspect of this swindle was that the chump fled, convinced he was in for real trouble, homicide trouble, completely forgetful of his $45,000. Pretty, wasn't it? It's one of the neatest jobs I'd ever pulled off. And as soon as he was safely off my rented estate, my Confederates gathered around for the payoff.
This is good business, Harry. How did you like my act?
Oh, you were great, Pancho, old man. Burke, the way you bit into that bladder of chicken blood, I thought the blood had never stopped coming out. Where's that satchel? Come on, we'll split up the profits now.
Here it is.
Where's Jenny? She's the one that deserves some praise, the way she hooked that poor fish. Jenny! Jenny!
Must have gone inside for something.
Well, I'll take her cut and give it to her later. Hand me that satchel. Oh, whenever I think of the expression on that Pierce's puss. Why do you know I'll bet he... Hey, what's this?
What's the matter? What happened, Harry?
That vixen? That seventh daughter of a seventh daughter, that double-crossing, no, sextuple-crossing, wry-necked witch, that...
Who, Harry?
Warren, Jenny Warren! She's run off with my money. What? Not your money, not your money. Mine, I've got enough to pay you off, every penny. It's the bet she's absconded with, one of the shrewdest schemes I'd ever hatched, and she has to throw the queer in it. Listen to her note. She says, and I'm leaving $5 for your end, Harry. That'll be enough to pay for a long-distance phone call to tell me what you think of me. I'll be in New York tonight, but after that, who knows where I'll be. Love, Jenny.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
What is a sucker, friends? Step closer, you're crowding the pavement, and I'll tell you. A sucker is a larcenous chump. Maybe I said that before, but I think I forgot to mention that there's an awful lot of us. I promised my Confederates that they'd get their expenses paid, but after thinking that over for about 30 seconds, I figured there was no use throwing good money after bad. Of course, it meant leaving Cuba in a kind of a hurry, but after all, they should have known better. They should have remembered the old saying, lime doesn't pay.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
Now, Italy, my children, as you probably know, is shaped like a boot. Beneath the boot is Sicily, and that's where I was when our story begins, very much as though the boot had kicked me there, which is very much what happened. I suppose that Sicily is really as nice as the travel posters say, but I didn't have much of a chance to check up on it during my stay. I was too busy running away. Of course, I got a glance at the snow-capped tip of Etna for a moment, and I saw the orange groves. I must have run through and dodged around most of the orange groves. And very lovely, of course. So Sicily. But like the man said about California, it's a wonderful place if you're an orange.
And now, Orson Welles in today's story, Two is Company.
Hello.
Can I buy you a drink?
Why not?
Bartender.
Signore?
What'll it be, Mr. Lime?
Negroni.
What's that?
Made with gin. It's an Italian specialty.
Bartender, give us 2 of those specials.
Due Negroni, please.
Signor Lime, subito.
Sorry, old man. You seem to know my name, but what's yours?
Porter at the hotel was telling me about you. Call me Gus.
You seem bitter, old man.
That's what I am, Harry. I can call you Harry, can't I?
Please do.
Does the porter being one of these fantasists mean that you aren't a crook?
Well, crook is a sort of an unpleasant word.
So is fantasist.
Well, since you asked me, Gus, I'm a gentleman adventurer.
I didn't ask you. Give us a couple more of those specialties, bartender.
Where are you from, Gus?
Indianapolis. You ever been in love?
No, not particularly. What line of business are you in?
I'm in love.
Well, that's not a line of business.
Did you ever hear of Schmidt's Luxury Markets?
No.
There's a Schmidt Luxury Market in your community. In every community. We have the biggest chain of super grocery stores in the States.
And you are Mr. Schmidt?
That's Adolf Schmidt. He's Mr. Schmidt. I'm Augustus Schmidt III. But I'm vice president in charge of wholesale groceries.
Is that good?
What do you mean, good? Here's looking at you.
I mean, are you loaded with money? I ask merely for information.
I can buy and sell her, old man.
Who's her old man?
Hickenlooper.
I beg your pardon?
Hickenlooper.
Hold your breath, old man, and count to 10.
Well, if you never heard of Schmidt's Luxury Markets, then I don't suppose you ever heard of Hickenlooper's Super Groceries.
And I eat out. Ancora, per favore.
What does that mean? Hey, you're not trying to get me drunk, are you?
Of course not.
Well, I am.
You mentioned a her, Gus. Forgive my curiosity, but is the her a Hickenlooper?
Yeah, she's the Hickenlooper heiress.
Sort of Montague and Capulet story, I gather.
What's a Capulet?
Juliet's family. You know Romeo and Juliet.
Oh, I know.
I gather that the Schmidts and the Hickenloopers are feuding. Adolf Schmidt takes a dim view of the Hickenlooper empire, and that's what's keeping you apart. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Oh.
The Schmidts and the Hickenloopers are all in favor of the merger. Would be the biggest thing in groceries. That is, all the Hickenloopers are in favor but one.
You mean the heiress?
That's right, Emily. She says the grocery business isn't romantic.
And how are you dealing with the situation, Gus, old man? Have you told your love, or have you let concealment, like a worm i' the bud, feed on your damask cheek?
What's that?
Do you pine in thought, and with a green and yellow melancholy sit like patience on a monument, smiling at grief?
Yeah, I guess that about sums it up. Hey, you're a very educated type crook.
I keep telling you, Gus, I am not a crook.
Yeah. And I keep telling Emily I'm not a grocer. Bartender, 2 double specialties.
Later that evening, in a semi-liquid condition, Augustus Schmidt III was consigned to his suite by myself, the bartender, and the night porter. I offered to undress the heir to the Schmidt millions and make him comfortable, but the porter didn't seem to want to leave me alone in the room. These people will persist in regarding me as a petty thief, and they're so wrong. I think in big terms. And I was going to have to. There was the pressing matter of the hotel bill. The management of the Diodora Palace think in big terms also. I went out for a walk to brood over this question. It was a full moon, and a large cast of Sicilian stars were all doing their bit. The air was dizzy with the perfume of flowers. On the terrace over the sea, just to make things perfect, there was a beautiful girl. Hello.
Hello.
Nice night?
Ha.
What's wrong?
Look at that moon.
Yeah?
Smell those flowers.
Okay.
Here it is, one of the most gorgeous and beautiful moments that there ever was in the history of the world. And what have you got to say about it? It's a nice night.
Well, it is. It is a nice night.
You're just like all the other Americans. You're only interested in mundane matters like money and groceries.
Why, you're Emily Hickenlooper.
How did you know?
Oh, I just guessed.
You'll have to excuse me for being so rude, but I'm nervous and upset.
Oh, no, you're just hasty.
Well, what do you mean?
Jumping at conclusions. For all you know, I might be Lord Byron.
Oh, he's dead.
I might be his ghost.
Yes, I suppose you might be. No, but somehow I don't think you are.
No?
No. I don't think there are any more Byrons or ghosts of Byrons or anything.
No?
No.
Okay, no.
The whole world's so commercial nowadays, there isn't any more romance, not even in Sicily.
Is that why you left Indianapolis? Were you looking for romance?
I didn't leave Indianapolis. I left Minneapolis.
That's right. Gus is from Indianapolis.
Yes, he can go back there for all of me.
You've made Gus a very unhappy man, Emily.
Unhappy? He doesn't know the meaning of the word. There's no unhappiness in the grocery business.
Well, supposing there's a failure in the pea crop, supposing the asparagus withers at the asparagus cans, or the frozen food doesn't freeze, or worse yet, suppose you're a nice young grocer, a good-looking grocer at that, and your girl refuses to love you.
Oh, I love him, I guess. Well, that isn't the point. What's your name?
Geraldo Limo.
You
You mean you're a Sicilian? Got an American accent.
I went to finishing school in New Jersey.
You're joking.
Only a little bit, but I do think it's a shame for a girl as pretty as you are to be as miserable as you are on a night as wonderful as this is. Do you think if I kissed you, you could learn to love Gus?
Now, don't get fresh.
That's not fresh. It's romantic.
Is it?
It's all in the point of view. Emily Hickenlooper, I'm going to kiss you.
Good night, Mr. Limo. It was very nice meeting you, I'm
You
sure.
better let me walk back with you.
Oh, well, no thanks, Mr. Limo. I'd rather be alone.
Call me Geraldo.
All right. Good night, Geraldo.
What does your mother think about your wandering around alone in the Sicilian countryside after midnight?
Oh, my mother's in Minneapolis, and Daddy's playing canasta in the lounge. He thinks I'm in bed.
Well, that's where you ought to be. Don't you know that this country is full of bandits and brigands?
Oh, yes, Geraldo. I've heard about them. Where are they?
All over the place.
Oh, I've been reading about them in the papers, particularly this Barzini. Is that how you pronounce it?
Barzini, that's right.
Oh, I saw his picture on the cover of Life. He's cute.
The police don't think he's so cute, neither do his victims.
He kidnaps people, doesn't he?
Holds them for ransom.
Oh.
Emily, what's wrong?
Gee, some people have all the luck.
In spite of her protests, I walked Emily back to the hotel, and in spite of my protests, I didn't get another kiss. As I told you, the night was fine and the moon was full, so I went to my room, changed into a pair of heavy walking shoes, and then started hiking into the interior. After 3 hours and a half of tough climbing, I arrived at the secret mountain headquarters of the bandit Barzini.
What's going on here?
Hi, Barzini.
Who is this, Harry Lime?
Who else?
I heard Guido telling you I was asleep. He's a dog. He lies. Barzini never sleeps.
Bad for the health, old man.
What are you doing here?
Partaking of your famous Sicilian hospitality.
A bottle of wine, Guido. Tell the others to keep away. Now then, Lime, what's your business?
Aren't you taking an awfully sharp tone with me, Barzini, old man? The last time we talked, everything was on a very different level.
The last time we talked, I was drunk. But what you say is true, my friend. My greeting has not been cordial. But then what can you expect? I'm a bundle of nerves.
I should think you would be with all the cops in southern Italy beating the bushes for you.
It is not that I am a coward. He who calls Barzini a coward has told his last lie. You do not call Barzini a coward,
Oh,
do you?
no, not at all, man. Not at all. I was just sympathizing. I could see why you'd be so nervous.
Nervous is not the word. You will not believe this line, but I, Barzini, I'm on the verge of a nervous breakdown. And it's not the police, my friend. Oh, no. It's the women.
Which women?
Ah, Lime, that is what I want to know. Which women, indeed. I am the king of these mountains. I and my valiant crew. But of what does this crew consist? Does it consist of women? The answer is no.
Still, you have your work.
We are a hot-blooded race, we Sicilians. It is not a thing you Americans can understand. But without female society, we are not ourselves. We have our guitars and our wine, but what use are they except to make us sad?
Here's the wine.
Come, Lime, let us be sad together. I will play for you, and then we'll talk about girls. Who is your favorite movie actor?
I don't know.
I like Betty Grable. Also, I like Jeannie Pierre.
Yes, very nice.
Then, at another moment, it seems to me that Elizabeth Taylor is the best of all. Do you think if I sent her a letter, she would send me a photo?
Oh, sure, she would, old man. Well, here's looking at you.
Oh, but she would not sign it herself. I know. It would be one of those secretaries. Life is very sad, amico. I will sing to you.
No, please, don't bother.
No, it is no bother at all.
Well, it's,
Nella notte scura, quando dormire non potei. You know something, Lime? I have a pair of binoculars.
Well, that's nice.
I took them from a rich pig of a Palermo candy merchant. They are very powerful, and occasionally when the visibility is good, I can stand on the crest of this mountain and see the girls bathing on the beach at Taormina. Do you like these bikinis, Lime, or do you prefer the one-piece suit?
Well, it all depends.
Me, I like the bikinis.
You're very popular with the girls, Barzini, since your picture got in the papers.
Of course I'm popular with the girls, but also I'm popular with the police. This is a dog's life, amico. I will sing to you. Quando nella notte...
Yeah, excuse me for interrupting.
You do not like my singing?
You have a lovely tenor voice, old man, but I want to make you a proposition.
The Americans. Business. There's nothing else you can think.
This has to do with the good.
Yes?
Yes, indeed. How do you stand on the matter of small, well-formed blondes with large blue eyes?
Oh.
What does that mean?
What do you think it means?
You approve of such blondes?
Stop torturing me, Lime. What is this all about?
I must warn you that she's an American.
So is Betty Grable.
Well, I hope to be acting as her representative. Not Betty Grable, this other girl. She's the heiress of the Hickenlooper grocery fortune, which is another way of saying that she's rich beyond the dreams of avarice and wants to be kidnapped.
She has told you this?
No, but that's what I've gathered.
Lead me to her.
She lives at the Adora Hotel with her father, Mr. Hickenlooper, so I don't think that would be very practical. Besides, there's a cordon of police around the town.
I laugh at the police. I will die happily fighting my way to her side. What is her name?
I just told you, Hickenlooper. Now, there's the matter of the ransom.
Waive the ransom. Money is no object.
All right, then you just play your guitar, old man. I'll arrange everything. But just to keep the kidnapping on a professional basis, I'm going to have to hold out for my percentage.
There you go again. Money.
No, don't be unreasonable, old man. After all, you've got the brigand business. The Hickenloopers have their groceries, and I've got to live, don't I?
We'll see about that.
I beg your pardon?
Bring me this blonde, and you will live, Senor Lime, to a nice old age. But do not disappoint me.
Yes, I see what you mean, old man. I see what you mean.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with today's story, Two is Company.
It was a long walk back to town, and the hot Sicilian sun was already in full charge of things when I got to the hotel. I was so tired that if the hall porter had pointed at me, I think I would have burst into tears. But I didn't give him a chance, there being that little question of the hotel bill. So I let myself in by the back and made my way to Gus's room. I thought I felt lousy, but not after I got a look at Gus. Birdie with a yellow bill hopped upon my windowsill, cocked his shining head and said, "Ain't you ashamed, you sleepy head?"
Please go away. I just want to die.
Not till we talk a little business, Gus. Arise, arise, for morning in the bowl of night has flung the stone that puts the stars to flight.
This is no time for poetry.
Well, if you don't get up right away, I'll start singing again.
All right. I'll get up.
Want any help?
Oh, no. Just sit down and stop rocking the room.
I hate to break in on this, Gus, old man, but I've got a proposition. What would you say if Emily is kidnapped?
Kidnapped, Emily?
That's right.
Swell. Just bring me a cup of coffee.
Kidnapped by a Sicilian brigand.
Swell. Sicilian brigand?
Yeah.
What is this? What's the big idea?
Emily's always wanted you to be a hero, hasn't she? Well, this is your big chance, Gus, my lad. You want to be a hero, don't you? You're going to rescue Emily from the bandits' lair.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not.
You mean she really is kidnapped?
That's what she thinks, and that's what old man Hickenlooper is going to think when he gets the ransom note, but you and I know better,
Yeah?
The ransom note is supposed to come from Barzini. You know who he is, don't you?
You mean that
Yes,
bandit?
The bandit. We've got our own private bandit. I've hired an Italian actor to play the part.
You mean it's a fake?
The idea is for you to go to a rescue with a blank cartridge pistol. Our actors put up a convincing fight, but you overwhelm them very bravely, just like Errol Flynn. Our trained bandits take their dives, and away you go into the sunset with Emily.
Wait, what do you get out of it?
Just the fun of bringing two young people together, old man, plus my percentage. After I got Gus fully dressed, I gave him a toy pistol and a fountain pen. The fountain pen was to write me a check with, and the gun was to keep him company where he was going. I waited for him to get out of sight and for the check to dry. Then I knocked on Emily's door.
Who is it?
Geraldo Limo.
Go away, Mr. Limo. I'm not dressed.
But, Signorina, I insist.
Oh, go away or I'll call the house detective.
In Sicily, there aren't any house
Well, then
detectives.
I'll start screaming.
Save that for later, Emily. Please open up. This is a matter of life and death.
You're just saying that.
No, it's true. It's about Gus, Emily. He's in deadly peril.
What kind of peril?
Deadly.
I mean, what's happened to him?
He's been kidnapped. Please let me in, Emily. I can't stand here in the hall shouting about it. Everybody will hear.
Well, stop shouting and wait a minute while I get dressed.
Just put on a kimono, honey. There's no time to spare.
Oh, all right. Oh, Geraldo, is it true?
Yes. It seems he got drunk last night.
He told me he was going
Well,
to.
he made it. Can I come in?
I suppose so.
Thank you, darling.
Geraldo, do you have to lock the door?
Emily, you just don't understand about this country. You've heard of the mafia, haven't you?
Yes.
Well, their spies are
Have
everywhere.
you gone for the police?
No use. The police are in on it, too. I'm the only man you can trust. Take this.
What is it?
It's a fountain pen.
What good will that do?
Well, you can't write a check without it.
How much are they asking?
How much is he worth?
Oh, Geraldo, anything.
Well, shall we say 10,000?
All right. Oh, wait a minute till I get my checkbook.
Let's say 15,000.
Oh, here it is. Oh, what did you say, Geraldo?
I said 20,000. It's a nice round sum.
Yes, but just now.
We don't want Bazzini to get angry, Emily, and you know what he does when he's angry.
No, what does he do?
It's not for woman's ears. But speaking of ears, Emily, you wouldn't like to get one of Gus's. OD, wouldn't you?
Gus's ear?
Bazzini has a way of cutting off an ear at the dotted line and sending it along to the folks at home. That's when he thinks the ransom money isn't enough. What do you want, Emily? Gus or Gus's ear?
I want Gus.
Well, then make it 25,000 payable to Harry Lime.
Harry Lime? Well, who's he, Geraldo?
Oh, just a man I know, a sort of a go-between.
But can we trust him?
Harry Lime is the best friend I have in this world.
How much farther do we have to go,
This is
Geraldo?
it. This is the end of the line, Emily, as far as this Jeep's concerned. From here on up, you've got to walk. Loan me a pocket mirror, will you?
What for?
I'm going to send a signal.
Oh, I know. By flashing it in the sun. Here you are.
Thanks.
Geraldo. Geraldo.
Excuse. Oh, look, they're answering.
Where?
Up there on the mountain peak.
Well, now what happens?
Well, one of us has got to go up there and talk to Bazzini. Of course, it'd better be me. I couldn't send a woman into a situation like that.
No, I don't suppose
say one
so.
of us goes up there and the other drives the Jeep back to town.
Why?
That's part of the arrangement. Of course, that road is awfully tricky.
Yes, it is.
In some places, the drop is over 2,000 feet.
What's that?
Oh, it's just a guitar. Just a guitar.
Who's playing?
Bazzini's a strange fellow, you know, very romantic. Looks like his pictures, too. You better get going now. honey.
Geraldo.
Yes, Emily.
Well, I don't know how to drive a Jeep. Not very well.
That's okay. I can teach you a little bit.
Well, you know what I think, Geraldo? I think on the whole it might be better if you drove the Jeep.
And leave you alone with Bazzini? Emily, you don't know what these Sicilians are like. Particularly Bazzini.
You go back into town, Geraldo. I think I can handle him.
I drove the Jeep back by the other road, the easy way, and paid a call on Mr. Hickenlooper. I found him in the ocean trying to spear fish. And when I told him that his daughter was kidnapped, he almost skewered me. Mr. Hickenlooper was the small, fat, excitable type, and it wasn't until I got the fish spear out of his hands that I managed to get the conversation on a civilized plane.
Kidnapped my daughter in the hands of the bandits? I knew it. We should have stayed in Minneapolis. What do we do now?
Well, first you better take off those goggles and get dressed.
And then what? Then what?
Then we talk to Bazzini.
Who's he?
Bazzini, the bandit. We've been all over this before, Mr. Hickenlooper. He's the one who's holding your daughter for ransom.
Just lead me to him, that's all I ask. Just lead me to him. And then we'll see who's holding who and who pays.
On the other side of Catania, and some 80 kilometers inland, there's a Greek temple. It's nothing very remarkable, as Greek temples go. But it's a long way from anything else. It's up on a hill, so you can't miss it. So that's why I picked it for a rendezvous. Above all, it was about as distant as I could get from Signor Bazzini. So that made it practically ideal. That's where I'd sent Gus before. And when Mr. Hickenlooper and I arrived in my Jeep, the vice president of wholesale groceries for Schmidt's Luxury Markets had worked himself up into quite a nasty frame of mind. I didn't blame him. After all, he'd been there most of the day with nothing to keep him company but the worst hangover of the century.
Where is she? That's what I want to know.
I brought you some beer, Gus.
Give it to me. Then tell me where she is.
This is the bandits' lair, Augustus. This temple is where they hang out.
No, they don't. I mean, no, it isn't. Give me that beer.
Don't you want to open it first?
I'll open it with my
You'll
teeth.
scratch your porcelain.
You mean there aren't any bandits?
Not around here.
Oh, there will be. Don't you fret. After all, we've got plenty of sandwiches and beer. We're just going to have to make ourselves comfortable and wait. Since we're about it, I noticed that I just happened to have some playing cards in my pocket. Would you gentlemen care to join me in a slight game of canasta? It was a long wait. That's what I wanted. That's why I brought the provisions and the sleeping bags. It was my plan to run up the ransom money, and that needed time. Meanwhile, a nice, steady profit was coming in from the canasta.
That's 1,500 more I owe you, lad.
Tough luck, old man.
Yeah. Well, sorry I can't give you another check.
Why not?
I've run out of checks.
Well, if I don't hear something from that bandit by morning, I'm going to do something.
Gus, old man, be reasonable. What can we do but wait? Look, a red 3.
This can't go on forever, Harry.
Not if you've run out of checks.
I mean, suppose he's killed her.
Well, don't worry. They never do that.
Well, what do they do?
Harry, why don't you answer?
Well, fellas, I just don't know what to say. Remember, these bandits are savages. They stop at nothing. Well, look, I got another canasta. And I'll tell you what. I'll go into Catania and try to make some connections with the mafia. Maybe if we send a little more money.
I tell you, I haven't any more checks.
What you have got some more money, old man. Lots of it. Now I think of it, it just happens I have some blank checks here in my pocket. Make out another for 10,000. I'll see what I can do.
Oh, all right. Give me that fountain pen. 10,000, you say?
Plus 1,500 for the last canasta.
Hey, what's wrong, Augustus?
There's a man over there.
Where?
In the shadows.
Where?
Here I am, Senor Lime.
Look out, he's got a gun.
Well, so have I. Stick him up, you.
No, you don't, Gus. Not with that
You
pistol.
have the drone, Senor.
Not with that pistol, Gus.
Besides, I do not choose to try to shoot it out with you. That is not Barzini's way.
Barzini.
Then you're the bandit.
That's right, Gus. He's the bandit. I'll put that gun away like a good
You're
boy.
darn right I'll put it away. I'll throw it away.
Now, Gus.
You don't look much like a bandit to me, mister. Let's see how you like this.
Oh, Gus!
Emily!
Gus, what have you done to him?
He socked him in the kisser. That's what he done to him. Good work, my boy.
Oh, it was nothing, really.
Alfredo. Speak to me, Alfredo.
You hear that? She calls him Alfredo.
Of course I do. That's his name.
Well, it's a very silly name. That's all I can say.
What about Hickenlooper?
A silly name for a silly
A
bandit.
silly bandit.
That's what I said, a silly bandit.
Oh, I know, but there's no reason to hurt him.
He had a gun, Emily.
Oh, well, how could he be a bandit without a gun? You don't think he'd shoot anybody with it, do you?
But he was holding you to ransom.
Nonsense. He just wanted somebody to play his guitar to. Oh, Alfredo. Speak to me, Alfredo.
No, thank you. It hurts to speak. I think I will just lie here for a while.
Emily, I put it up to you squarely here and now, Emily. You're going to have to choose between us.
What do you mean, choose?
It's that man or me, Emily.
Now you're being silly.
Emily, I think Gus has a right to know your intentions.
Intentions? I intend to get married. That's my intention, and as soon as possible.
But who to?
Here, Alfredo, just let me put this under your head, and then you'll be more comfy. Oh, Gus, you are an idiot, aren't you? But at least you don't smell of garlic, and besides, I've always loved you.
Gee, Emily.
Gus.
Well, all I want to know is, hey, Lime, where's he gone to?
Harry? Oh, Harry. He seems to be running away.
He'd better not slow up. Lucky the banks are closed. Come on, we've got to get into town and stop payment on some checks.
Emily.
Now, you just lie there, Alfredo. You'll be all right in a
I
while.
just wanted to ask you something, Emily.
Yes, Alfredo?
When you get back to America, Emily, will you ask Betty Grable to send me a picture?
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
So much for that little flutter in banditry and romance in sunny Sicily. I had nice fat checks from Gus, Emily, and Mr. Hickenlooper. But a check isn't much use unless you can talk a bank into giving you money. I couldn't stop to talk. Should have taught me a lesson at that. In a love affair, I mean a real romance. Two is company, and the third man is a crowd.
presenting Orson Welles as the third man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
I always say money isn't everything. That's what I say. I mean it, too. In fact, I've always considered it a generous basis for a deal. I take the money and you take the rest. What's that? You don't agree? Now listen to this story. It all began on a boat. There was a girl involved. Surprise? My doctor always tells me there's nothing like a quiet sea voyage to put you on your feet. And my experience is just the reverse. Besides, the sea always makes me sick.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man in Cherchez la Gemme.
It all began on a slow boat to China, and I mean a slow boat to China, just like the song, only without the music. We were only a couple of days out of San Francisco, and in a while I'd be Honolulu, and I'd be getting off, but not yet, not in the middle of the Pacific, and I was so bored, I was almost tempted to try. That's how come I paid so much attention to that couple. They're just another married couple. He wasn't much, face very pale, that's about all you could remember, but his young wife had a very attractive manner, among her other assets. We caught each other's eye once or twice, which didn't seem to bother her much, except in a nice way, and we got acquainted the next night. They were always quarreling, the couple, this cute little thing, and Mr. Paleface. I don't know why. Whenever I saw them, they were in the midst of some kind of squabble, and now at the ship's bar, Mr. Paleface, darn fool that he was, picked himself up and walked off, leaving her there. And you've got to say one thing for me. I let him get out the door. Then I counted a fast 3 and strolled over to her table. May I join you?
I wish you would.
What are you drinking?
Ryan water.
Waiter.
Yes, sir?
Ryan water and a scotch.
Yes, sir.
At last.
At last, what?
What? Foolish girl. We meet.
It's only a day and a half that you've been giving me the once over. Not so lightly.
Well, we've wasted a day and a half of our lives.
You say the right things, Mr.
Let's just get acquainted. Names can come later.
You know what?
What?
You say the right things.
You said that before.
It's worth repeating.
Her name, as a matter of fact, and just to keep the record straight, was Anne. Anne Brissy, I think it was. She was blonde. Kind that likes to drink. I didn't discourage her. By the time we got up on the boat deck, Annie was beginning to feel the motion of the ship.
Harry.
How you feeling?
Kiss me.
You're feeling fine.
Oh, Harry. That was dreamy.
You better just keep holding on, honey.
It's all right with me, dream man. Harry.
Mm-hmm.
Got something to confess to you.
Bet I can guess what it is. You're not married to that guy you were fighting with.
Oh, no. I'm married to him, all right. You wouldn't think so, but... No. I wanted to confess something else. I've had too much to drink, Harry. How about you?
Oh, I've had too much of that moon.
What do you mean?
Look, a few more days it'll be full, and then I don't know what'll happen to me.
I just hope I'm around when it does, Harry. My, you're romantic.
Occasionally, honey, occasionally. When I have the time.
Say, what made you think I wasn't married?
Stupidity, huh? I saw you quarreling all over the boat. Should have known you were.
Yeah. You'd think that after a guy spends 5 years in jail...
In jail?
Yes. Guess I shouldn't have told you that, should I, Harry? I wouldn't, except I had too much...
Forget it, honey. So will I. We're friends, aren't we? And that moon's nudging me again.
Oh, Harry, I love your kisses.
Now, don't tell me your troubles, Annie. Let's just be friends,
If you're a friend, you should want to listen to me.
You've got a point.
Why shouldn't I tell you? Oh, nice. Joe just got out. And we're heading for Honolulu to try to find his old pal, Ed Jameson. They pulled a job together. Joe was caught, but Jameson got away with $75,000 in jewels.
That's very interesting.
Keep it to yourself, Harry.
Oh, sure.
Joe's very suspicious and he can be mean.
My middle name is Mum.
Joe will find him. He had him traced to Honolulu. Jameson was always a sucker for warm weather.
5 years is a long time. Jameson must have cashed in those jewels by now.
They're still hot. And Jameson is a very cautious character. Want to see a picture of him?
Of who?
Ed Jameson.
Sure.
Open my purse.
Well, I not only looked at the picture of Ed Jameson, I also transferred it from her purse to my pocket. She was probably frightened because of what she'd spilled and didn't want to bump into me, so I didn't see her for the rest of the trip, but I'll tell you the truth, I didn't much care. I wasn't bored anymore. I had an interest in life. When we got to Honolulu, I didn't waste any time taking in the sights. I knew Joe Brissy wasn't wasting any either. And first come, first served.
No, I never seen this man's face before.
Well, take another look.
I looking.
You're positive now?
Sure. He never in my barber shop. Sure not.
Well?
No record, man. But I sell to so many people and face. I remember merchandise they buy, no face.
I checked with I don't know how many people and places, but Ed Jameson didn't get around much, apparently. I was beginning to wonder if this wasn't a wild goose chase. The fifth night of my search, I was resting my tired legs in my hotel room and thinking despondently of $75,000 worth of jewels when... come in?
Harry Lime?
That's right.
I guess you know me.
Well, I've seen you, but I wouldn't say I know you.
Stop playing games, kiddo.
I said I don't.
I'm Joe Brissy, the husband of the babe you got tight with on the boat.
It's a habit of mine to get tight with wives. Which husband are you? I mean, which wife was yours?
A wise guy, huh? Listen, you. I carry a gun and I'm a nervous guy.
Interesting, but not important. Why tell me?
In asking around for Jameson, I heard somebody else was asking, too. And I know Ann talks too much when she drinks too much.
So you twisted her arm?
In a manner of speaking. See this?
Is it a gun, Papa?
You'll stop looking for Ed Jameson or one of these little slugs will get in your way.
I see. I do have some dope on Jameson. Cut me in, I'll tell you.
I won't cut you in and you'll tell me.
Only if you cut me in. Oh, boy.
There's a silencer on this gun, Lime. And I'm counting till 3. 1, 2...
You really would shoot me. Okay, old man. Yesterday he was seen surfboard riding in front of the Royal Hawaiian Hotel.
You lied through your teeth, kiddo. Jameson has a bad ticker. He can no more ride a surfboat than you can pull a fast one on me. Now listen here, Mr. Lime. Remember what I said. Lay off or you'll be a man with a bullet hole through his head.
Joe Brissy's remark that Jameson had a bad heart gave me an idea. I began checking hospitals and doctors, and then, one afternoon... Are you the nurse in charge?
Yes, what can I do for you?
If you'll take a look at my badge.
The FBI?
We're checking on someone. We only have his photograph to go by. Here it is.
I know who he is, or was. Died here several months ago. Heart attack.
No.
He left a wife and stepdaughter.
Do you know where they live?
Yes, or at least we probably have a record of their address. They run a rooming house on King Street. If you'll wait a moment, I'll get it for you.
Yes?
I'm looking for a room, and I happen to see your sign outside.
Won't you step in?
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
My mother does all the renting. I'll have to see what's available.
I'm disappointed in you.
What do you mean?
Well, I was hoping you'd speak pidgin English. I'm getting to like it.
I apologize. But 4 years at the university here have knocked it out of me.
Well, occasionally a man gets bored even with charming pidgin English. I like yours.
Are you in the islands for vacation?
No, for my health.
You don't look sick.
I'm not. But I want to go on being healthy.
How long are you staying?
It all depends.
Oh?
Depends on whether you let me take you to dinner every night of every day.
Say, you don't let any grass grow under your feet.
Well, life is short at the longest. Am I right?
My mother would like you.
If she's your mother, I'd like her, too. Where is she?
On the island of Hawaii. Our family is having a luau, and I'm joining them tomorrow.
What's a luau?
I forgot you knew here. It's a feast.
Well, now, isn't Mauna Loa erupting now in Hawaii?
Yes, but our family doesn't live near the volcano.
You're part of Hawaii, aren't you?
My father was Scotch. That makes me a hapahoala. That means half and half.
Well, if every girl was a hapawala, all I can say is what a stunning world we'd have.
Take it easy. Or I might accept your invitation to dinner.
If I say something, will you be angry?
Yes?
I'll say it anyway. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Are you engaged?
No.
Married?
No.
Boyfriend?
Several.
And those earrings you're wearing, they don't spoil the scenery either.
Oh, they're only imitation.
Naturally. I wouldn't expect them to be rubies or anything like that.
Though they do cost a few dollars.
You don't say.
Uh-huh.
Well, now that we're old friends, let me introduce myself. I'm Harry Lyme.
I'm Moana Burns.
Pleased to meet you.
Likewise.
Moana. Were you named after...
Yes, Moana Loa. That's right.
Give me a volcano every time. But I'll take you and leave Moana Loa to the sightseers.
But Moana Loa is much more exciting than I am.
Impossible.
Let me pay you a compliment, too. Renting you a room is a positive delight.
Don't answer it.
Business is business.
And fun?
I still haven't accepted your invitation to dinner. What can I do for you?
I want to rent a room.
Come in, please.
Sure.
If you two gentlemen will just wait here, I'll go upstairs and see what we have.
You didn't take my warning seriously, did you, kiddo?
Can't a man look for a room?
When he's living in a hotel?
Too expensive.
Funny that you should just happen to pick the family Jameson was married to.
Yeah, I see you have all the information.
All of it, kiddo. And now here's where your information won't do you a bit of good.
I'd put that gun away if I were you, Mr. Brissy.
But you ain't me, Mr. Lyme.
That girl's had a good look at you.
I'll take care of her. In the meantime, so long. Forever, kiddo.
This is a rooming house. People are around.
I don't hear them. They won't hear me. As I once told you, there's a silencer on this gun. Let go! Why, you bobcat!
What's going on here? What are you doing with that gun, Mr. Lyme?
It happens to be his. I just removed it from him against his will. Get up, Mr. Brissy.
What happened?
Well, as soon as you left, this character began mumbling to himself. Before I knew it, he'd whipped out this gun, put it to his head. Mister, what do you want to commit suicide for? You're a fool. Don't you know there's as much to worry about down there as up here? Now beat it before I call the cops. Next time you think you have trouble, ask the first person you meet about theirs. Poor chap. What's the matter, Moana?
Oh, I don't know. Just seen that gun and...
Oh, he'll be all right. Tell you what, let's have lunch together, too. I'm starved.
All right.
Is there room for me? I want to wash up.
Room 210, upstairs to the left.
How much?
$2 a day.
Make it 3. I'm happy.
2. But I'll order an extra dessert.
Fair enough. And, Moana.
Yes?
Get that look of fear out of your eyes. It's all over now. Besides, I like my girls to look happy.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with Cherchez la Gemme.
Whenever you're ready, Moana. I sat down and lit a cigarette. Suddenly I had a funny feeling. Moana? No answer. Went through the apartment fast. No Moana. I rushed outside just in time to see her get in a cab with a suitcase and drive off. She probably suspected something, but as long as she had what I was sure was in her grip, I didn't care. As luck would have it, there wasn't a cab around, but finally... Hey, taxi! To the waterfront. And roll it. I'll pay for speed.
We're rolling, mister. Hang on.
Is there a boat leaving for Hawaii?
The Flying Fish. But I don't think you'll catch him. I think he gone already. Maybe not, though.
When's the next boat?
Tomorrow.
When we pulled up to the pier, the Flying Fish was 100 yards away and picking up steam. I could swim, but not that fast.
You just miss him.
A boat is a her.
You want to go to Hawaii, eh?
That's the general idea.
Uh-huh.
Your cab doesn't ride on water, does it?
Airplane goes there soon.
Okay, Buster. To the airport. The plane wasn't leaving for a few hours, but it had still beat the Flying Fish to Hawaii with plenty of time to spare. I spent the afternoon being careful and staying out of sight. Didn't want to tangle with Joe Brissy again. The plane was crowded. Everybody wanted to see Mauna Loa in eruption. I sat back in my seat, watched the blue-green ocean below. Someone up front moved, and there was something about his movement. Yes, it was Joe Brissy. He pretended to be asleep. And I knew then that this character would have to be taken care of. I was first off the plane, managed to give Joe the slip, hired a car, and drove to near the pier where I waited for the Flying Fish to dock. Sure enough, Moana was on it. She was met by a handsome Hawaiian woman, probably her mother. They drove off, and I followed at a safe distance. When we arrived at the beach, the family luau was in full swing.
Harry.
Oh, well, weren't we having lunch together? I was angry with you, but then I said, forgive and forget, so I forgave. But I couldn't forget, so here I am.
You came just to see me?
What else would I come here for?
I'm sorry I ran off like that, Harry. That man got me all unstrung, and I wanted to be near my folks.
Well, that's understandable.
So, will you forgive me again, please?
I'd forgive you again without a please. What are we waiting for?
For you to take me in your arms.
That's the easiest thing I've ever done in all my life. And the easiest by far.
Harry.
Yes, baby.
Don't talk so much.
I get you.
Harry.
Mm-hmm.
I could really like you.
You scare me.
Why?
What would happen if you really went for me?
Moana?
Oh, meet a friend of mine, Uncle.
Then you are welcome, sir. And even if you are not a friend of Moana's, but a friend of the people, you are welcome too.
Oh, thank you.
Come, we will give you to eat. So many good things. Pig wrapped in palm leaves and roasted in the ground. Fish, fruits, and okeluha.
That's what we call liquor.
No, I accept your invitation, but first I want to go back to Ilo and get some okeluha to bring to your luau.
But that is not necessary. We have too much now.
I feel better, though. I'd really like to bring you. So don't you want me to feel good?
All right.
Get in. I'll drive you.
Oh, I don't want to take you away from your folks, Moana.
I know where all the liquor stores are in Hilo.
Well, I can ask, can't I?
Besides, I want to be with you. Come on, get in. You should have called instead of renting a car.
I was too anxious to see you.
Always be that way for me, Harry.
How?
Anxious. Look in the mirror, Harry.
Oh, that car.
Yes, that man at the wheel. It's the same man who tried to shoot himself.
Looks like him at that. Step on it.
What's he doing here?
Maybe he has it in for me and followed me. You never can tell with these people. And the same to you.
Don't, Harry.
Oh, I'm only doing unto him as he would do unto me.
No, hold on. There's a sharp turn ahead.
He won't be following us anymore. Flat tire.
I think we should report him.
Tomorrow. Tonight, let's enjoy ourselves. Hey, you just passed a liquor store.
Did I?
Where are you going?
I don't really know, Harry.
Hey, stop the car.
No.
Stop it, I said. All right, let's hear it. What's the idea?
My suitcase in the back of this car is the idea, Harry.
Oh. So you saw me put it there?
Yes. And the man who followed us. He was after the same thing. When you both fought in my house, I didn't believe your story.
Why not? It was a good story.
You said you were a tourist. A tourist doesn't carry a gun.
Moana, the trouble with you is you have a suspicious nature. Hey, where are you going?
To look at the moon. There's a beautiful view on the cliff here. Come out of the car, Harry.
Okay, honey. I'm as romantic as the next, I guess. But listen, honey, where do you stand about the jewels?
Oh, Harry, I don't care about the jewels. Look at the moon.
It's a great moon, kid. I don't know when I saw a better one, but $75,000 worth of... Hey, that's the break-off. The car's moving.
Harry, don't try to stop it. You can't. You can't, Harry. It's a 1,000-foot drop to the sea.
Phew. That was a close one. I almost went over with it.
But you managed to save...
I managed to save this. At the risk of my life, I grabbed at the back seat, and this is what I came up with. A half bottle of scotch. Hey, you didn't tell me about the scotch.
You didn't tell me about the jewels.
Now they're all at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean.
That's all right. The car's probably insured.
Oh, the car's probably insured, so everything's fine, isn't it? Well, what about the jewels? We can't just stand here.
All right, let's sit down.
Moana, honey, $75,000 of your money, it was as good as money, just fell into the sea.
But it wasn't mine anymore. You'd take it.
Sure, but we could have worked something out.
Sit down, Harry. Here, next to me, and stop worrying. The trouble with you is you haven't been long enough on these islands.
What happens if I stay?
See the path of the moon, Harry, sparkling on the water? Those are the real jewels. A lot more real than those other things.
You know what I think? I think you slipped that brake intentionally. I think you're just crazy enough to do it.
I hated them. Really, I did. My stepfather only told my mother about them the day before he died. And then we would have turned them in, except that we were afraid. We didn't know what to do. We didn't want to bring shame on his head. He had been good to us.
Well, your stepfather was a crook, honey.
Not in his heart. In his heart, he was a good man. Like you. Oh, Harry, I wanted us to go on liking each other. That's why I let the car slide off the cliff.
Honey, $75,000 wouldn't make me like you any less.
But you...
Okay. I haven't been on the islands long enough.
Don't you think you ought to kiss me, Harry?
Either that or toss you in after the car.
Oh, Harry.
I'll settle for the kiss. But first, give me some of that scotch. I need it.
To give you courage to kiss me?
No, to cheer me up after the shock of losing all that dough.
Harry, look at the moon. Look at me. We're the real things, not money. Money can't buy you health or happiness.
No, but I like to have it around so I can choose the type of misery that's most agreeable to me. Okay, Moana, I know. I know when I'm licked.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
I see the moonlight reflected on the sea, I find myself thinking about Moana. She believed that gold is where you find it. And that's one thing on which we both agree. The only difference is that I've made a career out of looking for it in the most unlikely places.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
Yes, that was me, Harry Lime, making my way through a side alley in Paris. Were you ever in such a hurry you didn't even know you'd been hit? I was hit, all right, hit for the sake of a chunk of gold, but where the gold was by then I didn't know and I didn't care. All I wanted was to lay low somewhere, and that's how it happened. I found myself in one of those sleepy English villages where the cows chew their cuds all day in the meadows, nothing ever happened. Though so I thought. Do you believe in witchcraft? Well, I didn't. Till then. Takes a lot to convince me of anything. In this case, it needed the death of two people in that sleepy English village to prove me wrong.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the Third Man, in The Hand of Glory.
I wanted to get away from gold and away from France. On the boat for the Channel crossing, all I cared for was being quiet. Very, very quiet. I guess I looked like just another bum. I was pretty seedy, and my arm was in a sling. I was feeling kind of faint, too, and then I felt someone touch my arm. I saw a girl with wide gray eyes and dark lashes that spilled over her cheeks.
Excuse me. I've been watching you. Are you all right?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm okay, thanks.
Oh, you don't look it. Why don't you go downstairs?
No, thanks. I like the air.
It's so calm today. You can't be seasick. Is your arm painful? I see you've got it in a sling.
Yeah.
Are you sure there's nothing I can get for
No,
you?
really, thanks. You're very kind, but I'm all right.
Are you in pain with that arm?
It's not too good, but I'll be okay. Don't you worry about me.
Well, do at least sit down on one of these chairs and let me find a steward and order you a drink. Or some tea. Oh, please, let me do something for you. You really look all in.
I don't know how it was, but I felt better for being around. After a bit, we were sitting there talking side by side. Seemed we'd known each other for years. I told her how I'd got to go to England on business, how I'd been negotiating a rather tricky bit of business, in fact, and how the anxiety of it had made me exhausted. She was all sympathy.
And when you've got your negotiations through, what you need is a few weeks' real rest. Without any worries, without anybody chasing about after you.
Chasing about after, oh, yes, yes. You're business associates, you mean? Yeah.
Life's so full of worries these days for everyone. You ought to come and stay in the village where I live. It's so sleepy and quiet, nothing ever happens there.
It sounds perfect. It would just suit me. I've had a really tricky time just lately, and then being run into by a car on top of it all.
You must come and stay with us. My uncles, I was telling you about them. They'd be delighted.
Wouldn't they be a bit surprised? I mean, a stranger arriving?
Oh, they love strangers. And nothing ever surprises Uncle John and Uncle Gregory. It's you who'd have the surprise.
Oh, I would?
Well, they're a little odd. A couple of old dears, but a bit eccentric.
Oh, yeah? Tell me about them. Tell me about your home.
Oh, there's nothing to tell. The village is all apple blossom and nightingales at this time of the year. And our house is on the hill. It's very old. My uncles have lived in it since they retired.
Well, what did they do before they retired?
They were scientists. And now they still spend all their time in a laboratory they've built at the top of the house. All day they go up there. Oh, and at night, too.
Oh, must be pretty dull for you.
Yes, I get very lonely sometimes.
Do you? What's your name?
Helen. Helen Carew.
A pretty name. She with a pretty face.
Thank you. Then you come and stay?
All right. Yes. Thank you. I'll come. It was half a joke, but she gave me the address and told me to turn up whenever I liked. Seemed a bit stuck on me. I found it flattering. A week or two later, I fetched up at that little village. Fallowmere, it was called. Lay in the heart of the fen country. When I got to the station, there was a message from Helen saying the car had broken down. She'd be along in a quarter of an hour, so I whaled away the time going into the local for a pint. The place was empty. Landlord and I got talking. Now, this is what I call a typical old English village. Folks in America come miles to see a place like this.
It's well enough, but I'd get out if I saw the opportunity.
Oh, you would? Why? Too sleepy for you?
Maybe.
Have one on me.
Oh, thanks.
Maybe you're one of those up-and-coming chaps who like town life. Is that right?
No, I'm a countryman. But I'm looking out for somewhere else. My wife feels the same about Fallowmere.
Oh, does she? All right. I know I'd stop here to the end of my days if I had the chance.
And we're not the only ones who are making plans to go. This place doesn't bring luck to anyone.
I bet it brings visitors in the summer. Swarms of them.
You're wrong there, sir.
Oh?
Dead wrong. They won't come.
Why? What's the matter with the place?
That's what we'd all like to know.
I don't get you.
Maybe it's as well you don't.
What is it you're driving at?
Folks aren't lucky around this way, that's all.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, I'm not saying it's anything really, but the crops rot, the cattle ail, the pigs get sick, and a man's discouraged before he's begun.
Sounds pretty queer to me.
It is pretty queer. And I can tell you something even queerer.
Okay, tell me.
It's the children. Every now and again, one of them begins to go, pining away. That's all you can call it. A child gets hollow-cheeked and pale, and in a couple of months, it's all over, and no one can tell why.
Oh. Sounds very strange to me. And I was told it was a village where nothing ever happens.
Well, sir, you've come to stay here. Let's hope you find it that way.
I didn't take much notice of the landlord. I saw Helen standing in the doorway in a cool summer frock with the sunshine behind her. I forgot everything he'd said. She drove me back along the green lanes till we came to the house, and there, under a cedar tree on the lawn, were the two old uncles. They got on their Panama hats, and tea was set on a silver tray on a table in front of them.
Ah, the stranger. How do you do, sir? How do you do?
Helen Stranger, you're most welcome here. Very welcome indeed.
Well, I'm grateful to you for inviting me here, Mr. Carew.
Myself, Gregory. My brother, John.
Everyone calls my uncles Mr. Gregory and Mr. John, so you must do the same.
Helen, give the stranger some tea.
Mr. Lime, Uncle John.
Strangers are very welcome here. Very welcome. Sometimes we go for weeks, months, without a stranger coming here.
And never yet two strangers. Helen told us how you'd met on the ship. We said she should ask you here straight away.
Helen said you wanted to get away from life.
That's what she said, to get away from life. Well, stay as long as you wish, young man, as long as you wish.
That's very nice of you, I'm sure.
Not kind at all. Now, if you will excuse me, we have some work to do. We don't allow more than half an hour for tea each day.
We shall have the pleasure of seeing you at dinner.
No, thank you, sir.
Don't thank me. You've nothing to thank me for.
Nothing to thank either of us for. Oh, what?
Yeah, your uncles. I had no idea they still worked.
They're going to the laboratory. I told you how they spend all their time in it. No one ever goes into it but them.
Not even to clean it?
They clean it themselves. Oh, please try and understand about them. I'm sorry they were so strange with you.
Well, they were very nice and welcoming. You said they were scientists, both of them?
Yes, they're twins, you see. They've always done everything together. And now they've got a kind of obsession. I think I ought to explain about it.
Obsession? What do you mean? What sort of obsession?
Well, they think of nothing but gold. They want to find out how to make it.
A lot of other folks like to find out the same thing.
With my uncles, it's become a kind of sacred trust. They're determined to find out the secret of how to make gold before they die.
Are they? Oh, they'll have to be pretty quick about it, won't they?
Oh, they're very hale and hearty. I expect they'll start talking about gold tonight at dinner. So now that I've told you, if they do, you'll be ready to talk about it too, won't you?
Oh, of course. Sure. Don't worry. I'm always ready to talk about gold.
The transmuting of base metals into noble ones, Mr. Stranger.
With the touch of the philosopher's stone, a man could transmute base metal into 1,000,000 times as much gold.
Alchemy, isn't that what it's called?
It has been called alchemy for many hundreds of years. No one has found the secret yet.
The power to know all is what we need.
Don't you see, young man, what is wrong with the world today? Mankind is killing himself in the search for gold.
Greed, striving, anger, leading to war, starvation, and famine.
Find gold, find the key to what you're seeking, and your wars are gone.
The world has prosperity and happiness.
Gold pours forth over the world, and all excuse for bitterness is gone.
I can see your point. It's certainly a pity no one can find out how to make it. Never been done yet, even in a small way, has it?
It will be done. We shall do it.
If not we, those who come after us. We are leaving our great fortune to the foundation.
Oh, yes, the foundation?
The foundation of a college for young scientists for research into the making of gold.
But what sort of things go into making of this gold?
Things we must keep a secret, Mr. Stranger. More wine?
He will take no more wine. Then shall we join Helen in the other room?
Oh, of course, but, I find this search of yours for gold terribly intriguing. I'd like to know some more about it.
Who would not like to know more?
And no one has ever found the secret?
Not yet, but it will certainly be found.
It will be found when my brother and I have the power to know all.
Well, old man, when you get the power, let me in on it.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. now, Orson Welles as the third man continues with The Hand of Glory.
They were, to put it mildly, an odd couple, those two old gentlemen with their velvet smoking jackets. After dinner each night, they'd go off to their laboratory. Helen and I were left on our own. I felt sorry for her. Seemed wistful, and those big gray eyes of hers really melted me, but sometimes I had an idea she was sizing me up. She used to get me to talk about my business affairs. In a couple of weeks, I'd build up quite a big office and a whole firm around myself. I got to know everyone in it, down to the lowest of the clerks. It was all very well, but what interested me was this laboratory, the search for gold. One night after I'd heard the uncles going up to bed, I decided to have a look at things for myself. Crept into the laboratory and through the window. It was an airless summer night. Behind me, I could hear a nightingale singing in the garden. There was the place. A strange jumble of globes and bottles filled with queer, bright liquids. One was red like blood. There were little crucibles and jars labeled, and by the light of a torch, I saw there were books around the walls. Sulfur, mercury, nitric acid, arsenic. Oh, yes, a crystal. And this file's labeled pigeon's blood. What can they want that for? There's a little figure made of wax. Mandragora, cinquefoil. Do they need that for making gold? I began to wonder. I began to think. I looked at the wax figure, and I saw that it was the figure of a child. And then gradually, I knew it wasn't only alchemy the old men practiced in that laboratory. It was witchcraft. I reached out for one of the books, began to read. Make an image in his name, whom you would hurt or kill, a virgin you wax, the person whose death you desire, the dust of a dead man. To make the hand of glory, let the hand of a murdered stranger be cut from him, and the hair of a stranger that is hanged, placed within it as a wick. Let it burn through the night, and you shall have the power to know all. If ever the hair rose on my head, it did at that moment. Someone laughed, but no one was in the room. No one had opened the door. Then I looked again and saw the old man, Gregory Carew.
Perhaps I've startled you. You did not expect me.
Well, I saw the window open from my room. I knew you had things you valued here, and so I climbed up to shut it.
Quite very thoughtful.
And then I got interested, in the books.
Old books. Worth noting. Pray do not let me interrupt you.
Well, these books do have an extraordinary fascination.
A great fascination. Let me see. What is it you are reading?
Something about a hand.
The hand of glory, yes. A hanged man and a murdered man. One would be fortunate to obtain both the items required simultaneously.
Yes, most fortunate.
One would have to be willing to wait a long time, stranger.
Yes.
How sweetly the nightingale sings.
Yes.
And now we will close up the laboratory and go back, each to our own room. Let me thank you again for your solicitude. I will show you down the staircase to your room, stranger.
He came behind me in the darkness, moving softly. All the time I could hear him still behind me. But at my door he said good night politely, and without another word he left me. I sat for a long time thinking. But all the same, I didn't particularly care for it when the old man still called me stranger. All next day, I thought about Gregory Carew and his brother. I knew it wasn't a dream. I knew they were mad, stark-staring mad. Obviously, they'd stop at nothing in their search for the secret of making gold. Something warned me to get away. Then there was Helen. Couldn't leave her. So I told her I wanted her to come away with me, and she said she'd do it, and we decided to go next day. I had no idea where I'd take her, but I couldn't leave without her. That afternoon, I saw the uncles walking up the drive. Someone was with them. A tramp, an old, tattered-looking figure who hobbled along between them. They came near. I stayed hidden behind the arbor.
You shall stay with us here, my man, until you're stronger.
Oh, you're very kind of me, sir.
You shall sleep in the attic. We'll make you up a bed, plenty of warm blankets, and a soft mattress.
Oh, you gentlemen have saved me. Always done. I've walked on and on. Not as young as I was.
Oh, you must have a hot meal. We'll send to the kitchen for it.
No, better still. You go along and ask for it. Say Mr. Carew sent you.
First turning on the right, second on the left by the kitchen garden.
Get your meal, then we'll show you the attic.
I don't know how to thank you, gentlemen, for this.
That's all right. A good night's rest and you'll be a different fellow tomorrow. Now, go along now. Take it easy and don't hurry yourself.
Right.
The old tramp went hobbling up toward the kitchen. I felt there was good in Helen's uncles after all. They came and sat on the other side of the arbor.
Well, John?
Well, Gregory.
We've waited a long time.
But now we need wait no longer. Two strangers under the same roof.
When shall it be? Tonight?
As well as any other night.
He'll sleep in the attic. We'll give him a drug, and he'll sleep very soundly.
Very soundly.
We'll hang him before midnight.
And the other?
Oh, he shall be first. A knife in his back. First the stranger, then the tramp. It'll all be easy to explain when the police come.
What did we best say?
The tramp murdered the stranger and hanged himself out of remorse.
The hand of glory. At last. So simple, so easy.
A knife in the back and a man hanged. And for us, the power to know all.
So that was it. I'd found out the role for which I was being cast. Very nice. If you go for that sort of thing. That night, I didn't go to bed. I hid behind the curtains of the big window in my room. Outside, the nightingale was still singing. The moon shone brightly. I waited, and just before midnight, the handle of my door began to turn.
Quietly. It's dark in here.
The bed is there, in the shadow.
Have you the knife?
I have it here.
You have done it. And no sound.
The bed is empty. The stranger's gone.
Gone?
You have betrayed us.
No, but now I see it all. You were afraid. You warned him.
Liar, it's you who have hidden him for your own purposes, your own ends.
No, you were afraid.
Liar. You know the secret, would you? You take the gold from me, your own brother. Where is the stranger?
I don't know. I tell you, I don't know. Let me go. Let me go. I tell you, I don't know.
Liar. You have done this to me, your own brother. My own brother has done this to me.
Let me go, Gregory. I raise the house.
You will not raise the house.
Give me that knife. Give me that knife.
No, you shall pay for what you've done. Take that and that.
It was all over quickly. There was John Carew on the floor in the moonlight with a knife in his back. Brother Gregory was gone. But where was the tramp? I rushed up the stairs and found him, snoring in his blankets. Gregory Carew was nowhere to be seen. I ran back, roused the servants, went to the laboratory. The laboratory was empty. But in one corner, something swung backwards and forwards from a beam. We went up to the thing that hung there. Gregory Carew. A murdered man and a hanged man. The brothers got their wish all right. The things they wanted for the hand of glory. The only trouble was they went around to collect. Then came the police. And in deference to Helen, there was as little fuss as possible. The facts were too obvious. I stayed on a day or two, wondering what I ought to do about it, but she solved the problem herself.
I've come to tell you about the will. It's been found in the laboratory.
Oh, yes?
It's only a few lines. My Uncle Gregory must have written it just before he died. It's changed.
Changed? In what way, Helen?
He's left his whole fortune to me.
Well, then, it means you'll be rich.
Mm-hmm.
Very rich, Helen. Well, when shall we leave this place?
I'm not leaving now. I'm staying here. I don't need your money now I've got my own.
My money, but... Helen, old girl, I haven't got any money.
Haven't you? What about your office and the staff and your business interests?
Well, to tell you the truth...
Oh, yes, Harry. I always felt they were too good to be true. He was so very fond of them all. Well, perhaps if they don't exist, it's just as well I shan't need them now.
But look here, Helen, aren't you coming away with me then?
Not me. Yes, it does seem I'm lucky, doesn't it? Of the four of us, I'm the only one who's got the gold, after all.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Oh, yes, yes. In this age of radar, jet propulsion, television, and atomic energy, there's still room for witchcraft. They don't go for broomsticks anymore, but there's lots of witches. They don't bother with black cats. They settle for mink. Take Helen, for example. Now, there was a real witch. Oh, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, old Harry's been telling us a ghost story. Well, sure I have. Why not? After all, there are such things as ghosts. And also there are such things as beautiful girls. But it's silly to believe in either of them.
presenting Orson Welles as the third man. The Lives of Harry Lime, the fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
Beautiful. Très chic, très French. She could have been, and for a while I almost kidded myself she was, the great romance of my life. But as Shakespeare, as somebody said once, dames is poison, likewise dolls, and believe me, the honey on those soft red lips of hers was laced with pure, unadulterated strychnine.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in today's story, The Double Cross.
Monte Carlo, 1936. The sucker season was at its peak, and by an odd coincidence, my pockets were fuller than they'd been for a long time. Yes, life was looking pretty good. But even at that, not half so good as the licorice-eyed brunette I found sitting next to me at the casino one night.
Faites vos jeux, messieurs et mesdames. Faites vos jeux, s'il vous plaît. Rien ne va plus. 18, rouge.
That was me. I drew in my winnings. Lady Luck was sure smiling on me, just as she was frowning on the girl beside me. This girl had backed half a dozen losers or more in a row, and now her last chips were gone. She was fumbling in her handbag. Here was chivalrous Harry's big chance. I asked politely if there was anything I could do to help.
Thank you, monsieur. You are very kind, but I seem to have mislaid my checkbook. I'm afraid I shall have to give up for tonight.
Oh, you can't quit when you're so much down.
I have no choice.
Nonsense. Here, take this stack of chips.
Oh, but monsieur...
Please, go on.
No, monsieur, I would not blame you. I'm a complete stranger.
Just a loan.
But if I lose again, I may not be able to repay you.
Oh, chance that. Please, take it.
If you insist.
I certainly do.
Thank you, monsieur.
Faites vos jeux, mesdames et messieurs.
I'll put the lot on 21.
The lot?
Sure.
But is that prudent?
To a successful gambler, mademoiselle, the word prudent doesn't exist. When you got a hunch, play it. Play it hard.
And you have a hunch about 21?
Yeah, I have.
Bien, I'm in your hands. I do as you say. There.
Good.
Faites vos jeux, s'il vous plaît. Rien ne va plus. Numéro 21, rouge.
I have won.
What did I tell you?
Oh, you must be very lucky, monsieur.
I'm beginning to think I am.
What shall I choose this time?
This time, let's see, 17.
All right, 17.
Well, that's how I met Louise. By 11 o'clock, we were both good winners and good friends. We decided to call it a night and strolled out into the casino gardens, and then after a while down to the seafront. It was one of those clear, blue summer evenings that poets write sonnets about, and to my amazement, I found myself getting kind of sentimental.
Tell me about yourself, Harry.
Oh, there's not a great deal to tell.
Oh, you are too modest.
Oh, I could think of a few people who'd laugh heartily to hear that.
What brings you to Monte Carlo? Business or pleasure?
A little of each, I guess.
What is your business?
I'm a collector.
What you collect?
Objets d'art.
How interesting. Of any particular kind?
Anything that appeals to my sense of beauty.
Do you often make a find?
Sometimes. Tonight, for instance.
Thank you. That is a very nice compliment.
It's a little corny, but it has the rare virtue of being sincere. What about yourself, Louise? Do you live here in Monte?
No, I am on holiday. I come from Paris.
I might have guessed it. What part?
Neuilly.
Married?
Is that important?
It could be.
Yes, I have a husband.
It's customary for a woman to sound a little more enthusiastic when she says that.
I would rather not talk about him if you don't mind.
No, it's like that, isn't it?
Yes. There's a cold breeze coming in from the sea. I must return to my hotel.
So soon?
I'm very tired.
Oh, I'm sorry I've kept you out too long. Which way from here?
Oh, please, you must not trouble yourself. I'll be all right alone.
You don't think you can walk out of my life like that, do you, Louise?
It would be more prudent.
I've already told you there's no such word. Let's go. I'm not the sort of guy who won't take a chance, but usually if there's one thing I steer clear of, it's jealous husbands. Yet tonight, somehow, it was different. I felt Well, sort of reckless. Maybe it was that perfume Louise wore. Maybe it was the moonlight. I don't know. Anyway, almost before I'd realized it, we were at the door to her suite, and she'd opened it.
Would you like to come in for just one drink?
Well,
No, perhaps it would be better not. Good night, Harry.
Oh, well, when am I going to see you again?
I don't know. I think perhaps I will return to Paris tomorrow.
Why?
It would be wise.
Oh, no, you mustn't.
But
You can't just part. We can't. You mustn't go away like this. Why, Louise, you're crying.
It's nothing. Nothing at all.
I guess I will have that drink after all.
Oh, no, Harry, please.
You did ask me, you know. After you.
You will find cigarettes in that box.
Thanks.
What would you like? Champagne?
I don't care. Listen, Louise, you and I have got to talk this thing out.
There's nothing to be said.
You bet there is plenty. You realize what's happened, don't you?
Will you open this bottle, please?
Sure. Shall I pour?
If you please. Here are the glasses. What has happened, Harry?
I don't know. Guess we've fallen in love.
No.
Yes.
But it is impossible.
Why?
We're strangers. 3 hours ago, we'd never spoken to each other.
What can happen in 3 hours?
Oh, even now, we know nothing of each other. Nothing whatever beyond our Christian names.
So what?
It's against all common sense.
Why did common sense have anything to do with love?
No, it's absurd.
You don't believe that. Look at me, Louise. You don't believe it's absurd. You know it's true. You do know, don't you?
Oh, Harry.
I love you, Louise.
Hold me tight. Oh, it's all so strange, so wonderful. What is this miracle that's happened?
A pretty picture.
Oh, who are you?
Forgive me if I interrupt.
Pierre.
You've got a nerve bursting in like this.
Indeed, monsieur.
You know this guy, Louise?
Oh, yes, she knows me quite well. Tell him who I am, Louise.
He is...
Go on. Do not keep the gentleman in suspense.
He is my husband.
What? You didn't tell me he was here in Monte.
A regrettable oversight, I'm sure.
I'm sorry, Harry.
I have no doubt the gentleman is sorry, too. The point is, what is to be done about it?
Well, naturally, I apologize.
That is very generous of you.
And I assure you, your wife is altogether blameless in this little affair.
Oh, you Americans are so gallant.
And now, if you'll excuse me...
Not so fast, monsieur. There is much to be said yet.
Oh? What, for instance?
This may be just a passing incident to you, but does it not occur to you that you have ruined my whole life?
I don't get you.
You make love to my wife. I've always
Well, I
believed her
wouldn't
faithful
say
to me,
that.
but now you kill my trust in her. You destroy the whole fabric of our marriage.
Oh, now, look here.
If you were a gentleman, the least you could do would be to offer some compensation for the harm you have done.
What kind of compensation?
Let us say 200,000 francs.
Are you kidding?
I assure you, I am very much in earnest. You seem to forget one thing, monsieur.
Oh, what's that?
If this story were to get out, it would create an unpleasant
I
scandal.
get it.
You would not wish that, I'm sure.
I think you kid. Blackmail, is that it?
Call it what you will, monsieur.
Okay, go ahead. You may find it hard to prove, though. Louise and I both deny it.
But Louise is a very truthful person. She would not deny it, would you, my dear?
You did kiss me, Harry?
Oh, yes. Yes, I did. So now we know exactly where we stand. You know, I'm surprised at an apparently smart pair like you two.
I do not understand.
Oh, I admit it's a neat little racket. I say it pays as well as most, but you should pick your marks with a little more care, you know.
So now you insult us both, eh?
Is that possible?
Monsieur!
This is intolerable.
Relax, both of you. About time you learn my surname, Louise. It's Lime.
Not Lime.
Not Harry Lime.
In the flesh. Not too much of
And
it, but
we
in the
tried
flesh.
to. Oh, this is too absurd.
You must forgive us, monsieur. We had no
It
idea.
was you who picked him out at the casino.
But how was I to know? He has about him such an air of naivete and innocence.
I find it helps with the suckers.
A million apologies, my friend.
And from me, too.
That's okay.
And to think that you are the famous Harry Lime. Why, it is a very great honor to meet you, monsieur. This is a big occasion. We must drink to celebrate it. A toast. To you.
Oh,
my
no.
friend.
No. Let's both drink to Louise.
To me?
To the greatest actress in Europe. Frankly, I was never more completely fooled in my life.
Well, to Louise.
Louise. Tell me, is this your regular racket?
Oh, not at all. Merely what you might call a seasonal sideline.
I see.
It helps to pay our summer expenses.
Well, what's your specialty?
We are interested in anything that promises a profit.
Oh, who isn't?
In point of fact, monsieur, if you happen to be free at the moment, it occurs to me we may be able to do business together.
Oh?
I have recently had a proposition, but it is not an undertaking for a woman. It needs two men.
Well, let's hear about it.
As you know, American dollars are easy to obtain on the continent and very difficult in England. There is a strong demand for them in London and a big profit for anyone who can smuggle them in.
Guess there must be.
The English customs are difficult, but it can be done. You see, among my other accomplishments, I am a qualified pilot. Now, here's the proposal. A certain gentleman in London is prepared to advance money for me to buy dollars here. At a date and time to be arranged, this gentleman will wait in a car at a place called Ilford Moor in Devon. A plane will fly overhead, a passenger will parachute out, his pockets and attache case filled with dollars. He will be met by the gentleman who will collect the money and drive him to London, and from there he can make his way back at leisure to France. Well, what do you think?
No.
Is it not simple?
I'm sure it's a honey of an idea, but...
But what?
Well, presumably I'm the guy who's supposed to float through the air with the greatest of ease, huh?
Exactly.
Well, that's not so good.
You are not afraid, Harry?
Well, not at all, but I prefer my neck the way it is, unbroken.
It is true there is an element of danger, but it is very slight. Surely it's a small risk to take for 1,000 pounds.
1,000 pounds?
Uh-huh.
You say there's that much? 1,000 pounds?
Oh, but yes. And what is more, if the first venture succeeds, there will almost certainly be others.
Oh, that's different.
Then it is a bargain?
Okay. When do we start?
In a moment, Orson Welles returns as Harry Lime, the third man. And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, continues in today's story, The Double Cross.
Well, we all went to Paris next day, and Pierre got busy organizing his end of the business. About a week later, we drove to a little place outside Cherbourg where Pierre had a two-seater plane housed in a converted barn. And next morning, we took off. As we crossed the English coast near Torquay, Pierre handed me a number of bundles, carefully wrapped, tied, and sealed, and I filled my pockets and stuffed the overflow into a small leather case. I'd just done checking my parachute when Pierre called to me.
This is Ilford Moor now. Are you ready?
I guess so.
There's no need to be nervous.
That's all right for you. I'm the guy who's going to make the jump.
Think of the 1,000 pounds.
I am. Hard.
All you have to do is to count 5 and then pull the ripcord. It's quite simple.
Oh, sure. Nothing to it.
All right? Now!
I took a deep breath and jumped. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The funny part is he was right. It was quite simple. That was kind of fun, floating around the sky, seeing the earth drift up gradually to meet you. As I landed and slipped off my harness, a couple of guys stepped forward from behind a clump of bushes.
Are you from Pierre?
That's right.
I'm Robert Brand. This is my assistant, Jerry.
I'm glad to know you both.
You've got the stuff?
You don't figure I made that jump for the fun of it, do you?
Have you got the stuff?
Sure.
Come on, you can pass it over and I'll check it in the car. Gather up this parachute, Jerry. We'll get going. Yes, sir.
Didn't take me 2 minutes to find out this Brand was tough, the English gentleman type, but hard as iron. Pierre might have warned me. While his assistant drove us toward London, he and I sat in the back of the car, and I handed him each a packet, checked the seals, and then opened it, carefully counted every note. Took an hour or more, and we'd finished.
Well, that's that.
Everything in order, Mr. Brand?
Yes?
You're not exactly the trustful type, are you?
No.
I'm glad Pierre didn't try to shortchange you.
So you should be, Mr. Lime.
How's that?
I don't take kindly to that sort of thing. A courier who once delivered a package of diamonds to me was foolish enough to replace several of the best stones with paste imitations.
Oh, what happened to him?
No one seems to know. He just disappeared.
Yeah. But surely if Pierre were to weigh in light, you couldn't very well hold me responsible.
I could, and would and will, Mr. Lime, if such a thing ever happened.
I don't think that's kind of unreasonable, old man.
So, but then I'm an unreasonable man. Stop at the next pub, Jerry. It's time we had lunch. Very good, sir.
Back in Paris a couple of days later, I told Pierre of our amiable little conversation in the car.
I would not take too much notice if I were you.
That's the sort of thing a guy does take notice of if he's wise, old man.
Lots of people like to talk that way.
Well, maybe, but this one wasn't kidding.
In any case, what is there to worry about?
Why wouldn't I worry? Well, I've got to make one mistake, and I'm for it, old man.
I do not make mistakes.
Well, if you don't want to have a look for a new parachutist, you'd better not. That's all. In the next 3 months, I made 2 more parachute jumps, and each time I had the doubtful pleasure of the company of Mr. Brand on the way back to London. I can't say I warmed to him as I got to know him better. Meanwhile, in Paris, things were becoming a little complicated. Louise and I were seeing a lot of each other, and suddenly I realized she really was carrying a torch for me. No kidding. And vice versa. Well, I mean, what could I do? Hardly be the act of a gentleman to ignore a thing like that, would it? Well, not to make a long story of it, Pierre went out one night on some kind of business, and there we were, alone, Louise and I.
Harry, do you remember that night we met?
Sure.
I think of it often. It could have been a wonderful night.
Well, it started out full of promise. You gave a swell performance, Louise.
Do you still think I was only acting?
Well, weren't you?
From the moment you first spoke to me at the table, I knew this was going to be different.
Different?
There was such a warmth between us, such a natural sympathy. We were so much, how shall I put it, so much en rapport. You must have felt it yourself.
Yeah, maybe I did a little.
Only a little?
Well, no, quite a lot.
I knew what I had to do, and I hated myself for doing it. Even when we learned who you were, I hated having to pretend that what had happened between us meant nothing to me. I shall never forget that moment when you took me in your arms and we kissed.
You know, Louise, if we're wise, we'll change this conversation. It's sweet.
Do you want to be wise, Harry?
No, not particularly, but...
But what?
What about Pierre?
I care less than nothing for Pierre.
He's your husband,
It
girl.
is you I love. You alone.
You shouldn't say that.
Well, why not? It's true. I'm proud to say it.
Yes, but...
And you love me too, don't you?
Well, Louise...
You know you do. Let's go away, Harry, now, tonight. Think of the wonderful life we could have, you and I together.
She was lovelier than ever, a half-light. Her black eyes were soft and tender, lips warm and red and inviting. If I'd been Superman, I couldn't have helped myself right then. I took her in my arms, and then from the corner of my eye, I saw a movement beyond the French doors. There was someone out on the balcony listening and watching. Now, I'm not a suspicious guy, but something told me it was Pierre. I could almost see him reaching for his knife. I had to think and act quick. I let Louise go and turned away from her.
Harry, what is it?
Louise, we just can't do this, Louise.
But...
It wouldn't be fair to Pierre.
Fair to Pierre?
Pierre is my friend. Pierre's a good guy, and after all, there's such a thing, Louise, as common decency.
And also, there is such a thing as love.
That's just it, Louise. If ever I've given you the wrong impression, I apologize.
I do not understand.
I like you, of course. I always have, Louise. But as for anything more than that...
Are you trying to tell me that...
I'm trying to tell you as nicely as possible that I don't love you. I don't love you.
I see.
I'm sorry, but there it is.
And so you should be sorry, leading me on the way you have.
Now, be fair, Louise. I've never said one word.
One word? What do words matter? You've told me 1,000 times in the tone of your voice, in your looks, in your touch.
That's not so. That's not so at all, Louise. You misrepresented my manners,
What
Louise.
a fool I've been. What a fool. I believed you, and all the time you were just amusing
Well,
yourself.
I assure you.
You will be sorry for this, Harry. I do not forget. One day you will regret ever having met me.
Louise! The guy who first said that about hell having no fury like a woman's scorn knew what he was talking about. If I'd been wise, I'd have got out from under right then. But in the next couple of days, though Louise kept out of sight, Pierre seemed even more friendly than usual. As who wouldn't be after overhearing such a noble renunciation? Anyway, what finally decided me to stick around, however, was that we were all set for another mission to Ilford Moor. Who was I to turn back a chance of £1,000? Maybe I wouldn't have been so anxious if I could have overheard a conversation that I now know was going on in Scotland Yard, in London.
Well, what do you make of it? Postmarked Paris, scented stationery, obviously a woman's handwriting.
Yes, but the contents.
Very interesting, I must admit.
Yeah, but the point is, do you think what she says is true?
Well, I couldn't say, old boy. Still worth investigating, don't you think? Even if nothing comes of it at all, it should make a very pleasant day's outing.
Louise usually came with us to Cherbourg. For obvious reasons, she didn't this time. I was just as glad. As we flew over the channel towards England, I did quite a lot of heavy thinking. And by the time we'd hit the coast, I'd made up my mind. Pierre, I think you ought to know this is my last trip.
That's strange.
Why?
I had a feeling it might be.
Oh, yes. I think I'll stick in London a while. I'm tired of Paris.
You've been a very close friend, Harry. We miss you, Louise and I.
Well, we're bound to meet sometime in the future.
I wonder, does Louise know about this?
No, I just made up my mind, old man. I just made up my mind.
I see. Have you any message for her?
No, I don't think so. Nothing special.
Eh bien, I will just say you send your love.
My love? Oh, sure. Yeah, we must be over Ilford Moor by now, aren't we?
There it is, just ahead. You have all the stuff?
Yeah.
You've checked your parachute?
Yeah.
All right, stand by. Here we are now. Give my regards to Mr. Brand.
Oh, sure.
I hope you have a pleasant trip to London with him. And for your own sake, I hope I have not made a mistake for once and shortchanged him.
What's that? Hey, wait a minute. It was too late. I'd been on the brink, and as I spoke, Pierre lunged forward and shoved me in the chest. And as I topped backward into space, I could see that he was smiling. And it wasn't a friendly smile. Oh, it seemed hours while I floated down. And why should I have any special reason for wanting to land? I knew by now exactly what would be waiting for me. My feet touched earth at last. It was a bad landing. I skidded and rolled over, and by the time I'd freed myself, there were two guys standing over me. This is it, I said to myself. I looked up. They weren't Brand and his assistant at all. The two fellows I'd never seen.
Mr. Harry Lime?
Yes?
We're from Scotland Yard.
Oh, well, how do you do? You're kind of off your beat, aren't you?
We would advise that you might choose this rather unconventional way of visiting England.
Advised? You mean
we
somebody...
had a letter from a young lady in Paris. At least the writing suggests that she's young, and the perfume suggests that she's a lady.
Soir de Noël, so my wife tells me.
I get it, a sellout.
She seemed to be under the impression that you may be carrying a rather large sum of money with you, in American dollars.
I wonder what could have given her that idea.
Now, you don't mind if we search you, I hope?
What happens if I do mind?
I'm afraid we shall have to insist.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll take the briefcase. You attend to Mr. Lime's pockets.
Certainly, old man.
Well, I must say you have a few packages here, and all so neatly tied and sealed. Seems almost a pity.
Oh, what's the matter?
Well, this seems rather a lot of trouble to have taken for a wad of brown paper.
A what?
Brown paper, Mr. Lime. Look at it.
Yes, and look at this.
Yes, and this.
In fact, it's all brown paper.
So it is. I got it at once. Louise had spilled the beans to Scotland Yard in an anonymous letter, and Pierre dummied the packets knowing what Brand would do to me, the double cross. Only what they didn't know was that between them, they'd cancel the whole thing out and save my bacon. Funny, isn't it? Very, very funny.
Yes, I'm afraid you have the advantage of us, Mr. Lime.
Oh, how's that?
We don't quite see the joke.
No, and I guess you never will. What happens now?
Oh, just a few formalities. Could I see your passport?
Certainly, old man, certainly. I'm too glad to oblige.
Yes. Well, it seems to be in order.
That's fine. You gentlemen happen to be driving back to London?
Yes.
Then maybe you'll give me a lift.
Oh, with pleasure. Well, come along. Let's go, shall we?
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
You know, I still find myself thinking sometimes of Louise. The dark black eyes, the kissable mouth. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. If I do, I'll run a mile. Be with you again soon to tell you another of my adventures. Meanwhile, don't forget the old saying, all's fair in love and war, but war is a lot less dangerous.
Presenting Orson Welles as the third man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
At various times, in various countries, I've been called many things, most of which I'd rather not repeat here. But strangely enough, the one thing I've never been called is the one thing I am, a businessman. Did somebody laugh? I'll give you a little lesson in economics. All business pays in direct proportion to the amount of risk involved. The safest investment, therefore, paying the lowest return. Now, my returns are likely to be high because I'm willing to take risks outside the law. That's where high finance starts getting really high, wide, and handsome. The following little anecdote illustrates my point. It's called 5,000 Pengos and a Kiss. Now, what, you may ask, is a pengo? It is not a small black and white bird. A pengo is what they use for money in Hungary. A kiss is the same thing all over the world.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in 5,000 Pingos and a Kiss.
In Hungary, various political events after the war brought about new and very strict laws concerning getting out of the country. But people have always wanted to get out of countries, even charming countries like Hungary used to be. And when they can, they'll pay well for certain risky arrangements being made for them. So inevitably, I found myself in Budapest, where I soon made certain necessary contacts, and then, like any good businessman, went looking for customers, which, as in any business, are often found in the nicest places. That's why one evening, not long ago, I happened to be at the exclusive Club Royal in Budapest. Very lovely place, Club Royal, but not nearly so lovely as the young lady I soon noticed making her way to my table.
Pardon me, sir, but are you Harry Lime?
I beg your pardon. I don't believe we're acquainted.
No, we're not. My name is Helene Varna.
Of course, stupid of me not to have recognized the very famous and equally lovely Helena Varna.
Thank you for the compliment, but you have not answered my question. You are Harry Lime?
Miss Varna, at the risk of being tried, I must remind you that a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. Won't you sit down?
Oh, all right.
Thank you.
Mr. Lime, I must get out of the country, and I understand that you could help.
My dear Miss Varna, certainly I needn't tell you that you can't believe everything you hear, and you certainly can't repeat it in public places anyway.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize.
Yes.
I'm terribly upset.
I can see that. It's my guess you've been working too hard.
No.
You actresses are like that. The show must go on. Never a thought of rest and relaxation, but eventually it tells on the nerves.
No, this is not a matter of work.
I'm sure it's been a long time since you've had a single day away from your work, Miss Varna.
Mr. Lime, please. I have something much more important to discuss.
And possibly be more important than oneself. Really, Miss Varna. I think you need nothing so much as a quiet stroll in the park, perhaps a visit to the zoological garden.
Mr. Lime,
and the best thing in the world for you, too. In fact, I'd be delighted to offer my services as your escort tomorrow afternoon and show you the monkey house, the zoo.
Mr. Lime, really, I'm not in the mood to look at animals.
It's my opinion, Miss Varna, that nothing could be more important to you right now than a visit to the monkey house tomorrow afternoon.
But what
the
are
monkey
you...
house, Miss Varna, at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Good night. So it happened that the following afternoon I arrived at the monkey house adequately armed with a bag of peanuts. I'd been informed by experts that monkeys are very fond of peanuts. Looking for someone, Miss Varna?
Oh, there you are. I hope I'm not late.
Not at all. I just arrived myself. Care for some peanuts?
No, thank you. I don't like them. Couldn't we talk someplace quieter?
It's my guess, Miss Varna, that conversations such as ours are better held with noise.
Oh, yes. I suppose you're right.
Now, that's pretty tricky, isn't it?
What is?
The way that monkey caught the peanut.
Oh, can I have your attention? I won't take long.
Miss Varna, you have my undivided attention.
I must leave the country as soon as possible, and I was told you could arrange it for me.
You flatter me.
I've tried to get a passport many times, but they've always refused.
On what grounds?
On no grounds. My applications simply go unanswered.
For what reason?
I don't know. They simply ignore my request.
For no reason?
Very well. I tell you the story. I've been married for a number of years. My husband is in Austria. He's been there ever since the end of the war.
He must be lonesome.
My husband?
No, that little monkey all alone in that cage over there.
My husband, he's the reason for my being refused a passport. You see, he's, an enemy of the current regime. They would like nothing better than to get him back here, and I'm being held as a lure. We've been apart for a long time now, and the last word I received from my husband was that he is planning to attempt a visit. But if he should even try to enter this country, I hate to think of the fate that awaits him.
Life behind bars must be unbearable. For monkeys, you understand?
I understand, but now you know my story. I must get to Austria before my husband does something rash. I understand you can make the necessary arrangements for me. So there are really only 2 questions I have to ask. Will you do it? And how much will it cost?
You know something? You're very lovely, my dear.
Will you please pay attention?
But I am paying attention. My price to anyone else would be 10,000 gold pengo, but for someone as charming as yourself, my price is 5,000 pengo. And a kiss.
5,000? But I couldn't possibly
If someone were to
pay
open the gate of one of these cages with these monkeys, I wonder if they would stop to quibble about peanuts. 5,000 gold pengo, Miss Varna. At the Schurplatz tomorrow midnight.
But I
must be running along. If you'd like to stay a while and feed the monkeys, you may have these peanuts. Personally, I can't stand monkeys. They're such greedy little fellows. The following evening at midnight, I was at the Schurplatz. It's a bad night. Fine drizzle filled the air and shone on the cobblestones. I watched the square from a dark doorway, and just as the clock had struck 12, I heard in the distance footsteps. It was Helena Barnard. I stepped out and said, "Good evening."
Oh, you startled me. I was afraid you wouldn't be here. I brought the money. Here it is, all in gold.
Put that away.
What?
There's
Why?
no place to stand around handing over large sums of money. Put the money in the right-hand pocket of your coat.
Oh, yes.
Now,
Sorry.
start walking with me. That's better. Nothing attracts a police officer as soon as a couple arguing at this time of night in a lonesome street. But keep your voice down.
Very well. I brought the money. What happens now?
Well, there's no blueprint for these things, but let's take each step as it arrives. Tell me, have you ever heard of the little village of Magyarova?
Yes, I have. But I've never been there.
That's a charming little town. They tell me there's a very fine country club located nearby.
Yes, I've heard of it.
Do you think you could arrange an appearance there now?
Yes, but why there?
Magyarova is a very convenient little village.
Convenient?
Any geography book will show you it's located quite near the border.
Oh, I see. But I could never go there without a work permit. You know, I can't leave Budapest without permission.
Then the sensible thing would be to apply for a work permit, wouldn't it?
They would never approve.
Nonetheless, I suggest you apply for a work permit to go to Magyarova.
All right, I will.
Now, again, with my apologies, I'm afraid I must leave you.
But how can I get in touch with you?
Don't. I'll get in touch with you. Good night, Miss Barnard.
But wait, you've forgotten the money. I have it right here in... Oh, that's strange. It's gone.
Miss Barnard, please.
I had it in this pocket, and now it's disappeared.
No, Miss Barnard, not disappeared. Just in good hands now. Good night. And because a business such as mine can lead one in strange paths, my path the next morning led me to the Budapest Police Department, or more specifically, to the office of a certain police lieutenant who was hard at work at his desk. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Lime, what the
I thought it time I paid you a visit again.
I must ask you to be brief. What brings you here?
No, a simple matter, Lieutenant, simple matter. I'd like you to arrange a work permit for a lady of my acquaintance.
A work permit? Now, see here, Lime. Aren't you going too far asking favors for your girlfriends? As you well know, I'm not at all satisfied with the way our arrangement has been working out. But it's 6 months now since you delivered anyone of consequence to me. And I'm beginning to wonder about this whole arrangement.
The lady's name happens to be Helen Barna.
Helen Barna. Helen Barna is trying to leave the country, eh?
Yes, I thought I'd put it rather clearly.
Lime, are you sure about this?
I've already been paid in full.
Wonderful, Lime, wonderful. Just what I need. Inspector has been making my life miserable. This should keep him quiet for a while. Helen Barna, eh?
I thought you'd be pleased.
When does she want to cross the border?
Well, I haven't made any arrangements. I assumed it wasn't necessary.
Yes, but...
You always spared me that trouble in these cases.
Yes, that's true, but... Yes, this one is different. I want Helen Barna caught in the act of trying to cross the border. An example must be made.
You mean you want me to go through with this?
To the last detail.
This is no part of our agreement at all, Lieutenant. I don't mind doing what I must in order to stay in business, but I don't relish leading the victim to the guillotine, holding her head while the knife falls.
Oh, come now, Lime. You're being dramatic. If our arrangement is to continue, I must have a major public arrest. You have no choice.
Well, I don't like it.
I didn't ask you what you liked. We can arrange it so that you will be absolutely safe. You can leave the girl at the border just before my men close in on her. But that's the way it must be.
Okay, Lieutenant. You can make your arrest at the border.
Good. I knew you'd be reasonable about this. Now, when does she want to go?
No, nothing's been arranged. I told her to apply for a work permit to appear at the country club at Magyarova.
Good. Miss Barna will be in Magyarova by tomorrow night.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with 5,000 Pingos and a Kid.
The next night, I drove to Magyarova to see Helena Banner. Maybe it would have been simpler to have gone by railway, but experience has taught me that a car in such a case is pretty valuable, so I arrived at the country club after 9 o'clock. Helena was just finishing a number, but she saw me as soon as I came into the room, and she hurried over to me.
I'm glad you've come. I was afraid it wouldn't be tonight.
If I hadn't come tonight, I wouldn't have come at all.
I don't understand.
The arrangements have been made. We leave immediately.
What, tonight?
Yes.
Now?
Listen carefully. I have my car outside. We drive to the first barrier near the border, the barbed wire.
How will we get through?
Arrangements have been made. At a certain place, the wire's been cut. I'll take you through. The border lies a short distance beyond at the beginning of the forest.
I see very well. I'll get my coat and we can go.
Now, slowly. Mustn't lose our heads.
But I'm quite calm. Really, I am.
Not calm enough. If we walked out that door, the club management would have the entire police department down on us before we got 100 feet.
Oh, that's right. But how can I leave?
You leave me now. Go directly to the ladies' room.
Yes.
When you're alone in there, climb out through the back window. Yes, I hate to sound melodramatic, old girl. It's the only way. By the time you do that, I'll be waiting behind the building with my car. I'll see you there.
Very well. I'll see you later.
I watched her go. She was obviously afraid, but still had courage. I waited until she'd crossed the room and gone out the corridor that led to the ladies' room. Then I turned and started for the front door. But I hadn't gone very far when...
Lime!
Oh, what the dickens?
Lime, I must see you.
Not here, you fool. Outside. Well, can't see us. Quick. Yes, we can talk here. Now, what's happened?
Did you bother to get her story before you went into
Of course.
Yes, there are a few little matters you missed.
Like what?
Like the fact that before she approached you, she had been dickering for some time with Cerna.
Cerna?
Yes, she came to you only when his price was
How do you know?
high. When Cerna learned she had made a deal with you, he wanted his revenge. He went direct to the inspector and told him everything.
Where did you hear this?
Oh, from the inspector. Where else? He's in town and he wants an arrest made for certain.
Oh, well, there's no problem. You were planning an arrest anyway.
No problem for me, but maybe for you. The inspector wants a double arrest.
What do you mean, double?
He will settle for nothing less than the girl and you.
Oh, I see. That does complicate matters well. Well, then I must go back to Budapest. The attempt will not be made tonight.
No, you don't.
Don't what?
Don't leave me in this fix. If no attempt is made tonight, the inspector will know just where the weak link is, and then we're both in the soup.
And there's only one thing we can do. The girl will attempt to cross the border.
How?
I'll take it through the barbed wire, no further. I'll turn back. She'll go on alone. It's up to you to see that the arrest is made in the forest, at the border itself.
But the inspector knows you're in on this. He wants you even more than the girl.
My dear Lieutenant, he may want me, but he's going to have to do without me. He'll have to settle for the girl. I don't care what he knows. This is the only way. After all, Helena Banner is still a big catch for an ambitious man. If I happen to escape in the darkness, who's to blame? Your neck is safe. Inspector has his little triumph, and well, somebody once said he who runs away will live to fight another day.
I don't like this.
I didn't say you would like it, but you'll have to accept it. And now, Lieutenant, if you'll excuse me, I have to go to the ladies' room. It is the unforeseen contingencies that are the most tricky. Now, who could have known that a distraught young lady, anxious to leave the country, had first approached my rivals, and that in revenge they would have gone to our mutual enemy, the police. However, hesitation in my line of work can be fatal. I proceeded as if nothing had happened and met the girl at the rear of the country club. We were soon in my car, driving down a back road until we came to the barbed wire, the last barrier before the border.
Is this the place?
Yes. Now, follow me. Be careful.
All right.
Keep going. We're almost there, just a few feet more.
Help me. I can't walk.
Put your arm on my shoulder. That's it. Look up for this last row. There. You're through. Good. The worst is over. The border lies 100 meters across that field, immediately inside that forest. Perhaps someday we'll meet again, but now I'll say goodbye.
Goodbye? But we're not at the border yet.
You have no problem. There are no further obstacles ahead.
But you can't go now. You agreed to take me across the border.
This is no time for technicalities, honey. You are substantially at the border, and I must turn back. It'll take me some time to get through the wire again. The Border Patrol and I are not on the very best of terms.
You agreed to take me to the border.
I am not going to. I'm afraid I must be firm.
I'm afraid we will be firmer.
We?
Myself and this gun. I mean business.
There's something I forgot to tell you. The patrol I spoke of is waiting for you directly ahead.
What?
You approached Zerma before you came to me, didn't you?
Yes.
Mr. Zerma is a very greedy man. He was very reluctant to lose your account to me. He went directly to the inspector of police.
I don't believe it.
How else would I know?
But why'd you tell me? I could kill you for
You
that.
could, but a gunshot would bring the patrol out on the... Look! There they are now.
Where?
No place. Give me that gun.
No, don't. Let go.
That's better. Now get up. I said get up.
I knew it was a trick.
It happens this was not a trick. I told you the truth because I had to. Now I'm turning back. Sorry to have been so rough. There's nothing else for me to do. Let's get to the border the best you can. Austria's directly ahead of the west. Czechoslovakia's in that direction, north. You have your choice. Get the patrol to be in that clump of trees somewhere over there. Now, Miss Barnum, I regrets that our association ends on such an unpleasant note, but Wait, come to think of it, it needn't end on such an unpleasant note at all. I just remembered. I haven't been paid in full.
What?
My price for this service was 5,000 gold pengo and a kiss. The pengo you were kind enough to give me. I have yet to receive the rest of it.
No.
The kiss.
You must be crazy.
A bargain is a bargain, Miss Barnum.
Out! Who's there?
The patrol. The patrol.
Let's run. We're trapped.
No. Too late for that. Don't move. Don't move, and they'll know where we are. Stand perfectly still. I have your gun. I'll hide behind that boulder. You cry out for me to attract their attention. When their attention is on you, I'll come out and cover them.
It's a lie.
I have no time for lies now. They want me even more than they do you. Do as I say now. Our lives depend on it.
All right, but if this is another trick, Harry Lime, so help me, I'll see that it's all lost.
It's no trick. It's no trick. We're on the same team now, whether we like it or not. As soon as I get behind that boulder, cry out for me. Use my name.
All right.
All right.
Harry Lime! Harry Lime, come back!
Over there. Who's there? This way. Halt! Don't move.
Lime, come back! Come back!
Don't shoot, men. You there. Put your hands in the air. It's a woman. Keep her covered. All right. We've got it now. Well. The famous and lovely Helena Barna, huh? Little did I expect to meet you under these circumstances. Where's Harry Lime?
I don't know. I don't
You
know.
must know I heard you call him.
I tell you, I don't know.
You two men, quickly, in that direction.
Yes, Inspector.
You follow the wire in the other direction. He can't have gone far. Miss Barna, where is he?
I don't know.
You must know, and if you know what's good for you, you tell me where Harry Lime is.
Did you call me, Inspector? Don't turn around, Inspector. Yes, this is a gun you feel in your back.
Lime.
One move, Lieutenant, and you'll have a dead inspector on your hands. Tell your men to throw their guns on the ground.
Lime, you'll hang for this.
I'll worry about my neck. You worry about yours. I want those guns on the ground. Quick. I'm a desperate man, Inspector.
He's running yourself.
Yes, Inspector.
Good. You head for the Austrian border, quickly, before the other men return.
Hadn't you better come with
No,
me?
I'm afraid not. The Austrian police think no more highly of me these days than does the inspector right now.
But I hate to leave you like this.
Fine, I appreciate your consideration and loyalty, but this is no time for etiquette. Every moment counts. Goodbye. Good luck.
Well, all right, I'll go. But here's the rest of my bargain. The kiss I promised. Thank you. And goodbye.
You're welcome.
Lime, you'll regret this.
Inspector, I will regret it in Czechoslovakia. In the meantime, I have an attractive business deal for you. On the other side of your barbed wire, I unfortunately will leave an expensive automobile of which I'm quite fond. Would you be interested in buying it
Are you out of your mind?
Not at all. I'll take whatever you happen to have on you and return to the car.
Lime, for the last time
Inspector, I said I'll take whatever cash you have on you. My liquid assets are all in Budapest, and I'll need whatever money I can obtain. Give it to me, please.
Perhaps we'd best do as he says, Inspector.
All right. Lime, here you are.
Not very much. Lieutenant, perhaps you'd care to contribute to the inspector's purchase. Any contribution will be gratefully received. Quickly.
Here you are.
Still not very much, but then it isn't exactly a seller's market, is it? The car is yours, Inspector. And now, will both of you please do me the favor of giving me your trouser belts?
What?
You heard me correctly. Your trouser belts. Take them off, please. When you return to Budapest and ransack my quarters, you will, I'm sorry to say, find enough money of mine to buy yourself and the entire police force new belts and suspenders for the rest of your lives. Now, I'm afraid I must remind you that I'm holding a gun. Your trousers belts, gentlemen, and make it quick.
What kind of madness is this?
Lieutenant, really, is it necessary to explain? You're a scholar, aren't you?
What's that got to do with it?
Well, old man, in all the famous chases in history, no policeman has ever been known to catch a fugitive and hold up his pants at the same time. Thanks. Goodbye for now.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
I got to Czechoslovakia with nothing worse than a slight attack of poison ivy. Elena Bada made it all right, too, but of course you know that. She left Prague before the communists took over, and the rest is history. I don't mean about the communists, I mean Helen. She made her first big hit in Paris, and then came London. I saw her last in the Persian Room at the Plaza in New York. She was killing the people. I caught her eye when she came out for her fifth encore, and I thought I noticed a little flicker of recognition. She told the audience she'd only sing one more song, but she was dedicating it to an old friend whom she'd known in dangerous times on the other side of the Atlantic. I figured I was the old friend, and you can imagine how grateful I was when Helen broke into the opening strains of "I'll Be Glad When You're Dead, You Rascal, You." Just proves you can never trust a woman.
Presenting Orson Welles as the third man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Kara.
I once thought I knew all about women. Of course, I was pretty young at the time. How was I to know that Nursey would squeal on me? Still, I soon grew up, and since then I've made a few simple rules. Blondes cannot be trusted. Redheads aren't reliable. And if you want to avoid trouble, never get mixed up with a brunette. Yes, if you follow these rules, life is much more simple. There's only one trouble: it isn't any fun. In my life, I'm glad to say I've had a lot of fun. Take that time in Algiers. Some people say you live and learn, but I, for one, prefer to learn and live.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in The Dark Enchantress.
Algiers. Algiers. You've all heard of it. Algiers, the port of mystery and intrigue. Invaded by the Phoenicians, the Carthaginians, Romans, Vandals, the Byzantines, the Arabs, the Turks, the French, and Harry Lime. Algiers. Oh, yes, you've all heard about it. A city that is all things to all men. Algiers. The Indianapolis of North Africa. Then there's the Kasbah, made so popular some seasons ago by Mr. Charles Boyer. But jokes apart, there is a place there where tourists definitely aren't invited and where I'm welcomed, or at least permitted to enter. And it's called the Barbary Queen.
Harry Lime. Welcome back to the Kasbah. I've been saving your favorite table here for... How long is it?
How long? Oh, too long, Tutu. I see the Barbary Queen hasn't changed. Same sights, same smells. Haven't your customers gone home since my last...
Please, mon ami. It's not so much like the old days anymore. The Barbary Queen is becoming almost dull. Nothing ever happens.
Almost dull, eh? Tutu, nothing ever happens? How many throats are slit on a night when things do happen?
No, Lucien, these pigs are making me trouble. Hello, stop it. No, stop it, I'll kill you. Throw them out. All right, the fight is finished. The trouble is over.
You have not been served yet, monsieur?
Tutu was wrong. It appears the trouble is just beginning.
That depends on what you call trouble. May I join you?
Allow me.
Thank you. You haven't been to the Barbary Queen before?
Not recently, not since you joined the staff.
Ah, Magda, I'm glad you discovered my friend. This is Harry Lime. You treat him good. He's a fine man.
I shall do my best, Tutu.
Now, I send over 2 drinks on my house.
Tutu's a busy little bee.
You're friends with Tutu, and you're an American. Few Americans ever come here, and none of them are friends with Tutu.
Oh, we aren't exactly bosom chums, Tutu and I, but we've been partners in a couple of deals.
Oh, so that's it. I knew you must be valuable to him.
And you, Magda? Just how valuable are you?
To you?
We'll take that up in a minute. What's your connection with Tutu?
I sing. I entertain the customers.
Mm-hmm. That's what it says on your passport. With your looks, you've got to have a couple of rackets. Maybe I can help.
And you, Harry Lime, you're one of those men who profess to know women too well.
Not me, honey. I profess to know nothing whatsoever about your sex. I just enjoy it.
You know, Harry Lime, I'm a little sad for the years I didn't know you.
Well, don't burst into tears, honey. Remember, to know me better is to like me less.
Is that a warning?
As you like.
I like it very much.
Here you are, Harry Lime, the refreshment.
Just about time, Tutu. Your Magda had me backed into a corner.
Well, is she not the one? And Magda, after you finish the drink, another song, please, no?
Of course, Tutu.
But for now, just enjoy yourself.
Now, what were we saying?
I believe I was warning you about me.
Oh, yes, and I was...
Oh, Magda, I'm so glad I found you. I was scared to death. I thought perhaps you'd gone home or something.
Susan.
Say, the Barbary Queen is turning into a regular grab bag of surprises. Since when do high school girls cavort about in such a den of iniquity?
You're an American.
Did you think you were the only one?
You don't have to be nasty about it.
Susan, I thought I told you never to come to the Queen.
Oh, but Magda, I wanted to hear you sing.
You have no business in the Casbah at all. It's dangerous for tourists.
Particularly for a young girl like you.
Oh, it was all right, Magda. Nobody paid any attention to me. And I arrived here just in time to see the last of the fight. Wasn't it thrilling?
You must leave, Susan. I can't give you any time tonight. As you see, I'm working. Go back to your hotel. I'll see you tomorrow.
That's the way you want it.
That's the way I want it.
You're not angry?
No, of course not. Go now, Susan. Like a good girl.
All right, then. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble, Magda.
Oh, these Americans. You try to be nice to them. Show them around.
Well, I'm an American.
You? You're not an American or a European or anything. You're Harry Lime. I drink to our long friendship.
Thanks, honey. Now you better go sing your little song. I've got something to attend to.
Susan, that's what you're going to attend to.
Honey, you're a mind reader.
That schoolgirl.
Well, there's nothing wrong with getting an education. Schoolgirls are okay with me, particularly when they're cute little redheads, but I don't think they've got much business in the Casbah, not in this part of it, not this late at night. It just occurred to me that your friend Susan may have more trouble getting out of the Casbah than she had coming in.
Very well, Harry. If you wish to be gallant, when you tire of her, then you know where to find me. I'm always here, or in my rooms above the cafe.
Okay, honey. Now, if you'll excuse me, you'll sing a
You're
little
very
song.
insulting, Harry Lyman. Now I'll tell you something. I don't care whether you come to see me or not. I don't care whether I ever see you again.
Magda, honey, don't say I didn't warn you. Remember, to know me is to loathe me. The Magda Polarises of this world are an old story to me, but this particular one had an interesting agenda, one I couldn't quite fathom as yet, so I gave her time to solve it for me. Meanwhile, there was this young Susan. I found her at the doorway of the Barbary Queen, peering somewhat uncertainly down the narrow cobbled streets of the Casbah. No use waiting for a streetcar.
What? Oh, you're the man who was with Magda.
Yes, I was just leaving. Suppose we scram out of here together.
Thank you, but I can take care of myself.
I can take care of myself. A familiar title. So many sad little stories of girls like you.
You're going to start lecturing.
My dear Susan, a lecture is the farthest thing from my mind. If you want to get kidnapped, it's your business, not mine.
I think it's silly. The Casbah's no more dangerous than Market
Street. I thought you hailed from San Francisco.
What?
Nob Hill, an old family, isn't that right?
How did you...
It shows, Susan, it shows. Even the dusky shadows of the Casbah. Don't your parents worry about you?
Never mind my parents.
I never minded my own.
Of all the fresh... Oh, all right. I'll go with you.
Okay, the routine wasn't sparkling, I know, but it worked. It worked. I'd smelled money from the first moment I set eyes on Susan. Well-known lime luck was in. Just how it would pay off, I had no idea, so I took Susan to the edge of the Casbah, found a cab for her, and was just sending her off home to Mother when I noticed a bulky individual observing us a little too closely. He caught my eye and then left the neighborhood fast. I pondered this over a cup of so-called coffee at a friendly tavern and then went on to my own hotel.
Come right on in, Harry Lime.
Well, this is a night of surprises. Who are you?
You can call me Mike Nolan.
Oh, you're a detective.
Right down the button, Mr. Lime. What do you want for a prize? A Cupid doll, maybe, or a genuine plaster-up Paris in Genestre?
How would you like me to call the manager? Or haven't you heard about invasion of privacy? Seems there's some sort of law.
You were suspect the minute you landed in Algiers, Lime. Next thing I know, you're chaperoning Susan Claremont.
Oh?
That's pretty fast work, even for you.
You seem to be speaking English, Nolan, but I don't get it. Passing over the fact that I'm suspect, as you call it. Just who is Susan Clem? Oh, Susan.
See the light, Mr. Lime?
That girl I put in the cab
The
tonight.
same. It may interest you to know that her father asks us to keep an eye on his daughter. He's worried. Seems she's taken up with the wrong friends in Algiers.
Mm-hmm.
After tonight, I can see why.
Sounds like he has money.
Mr. Moneybags himself, as if you didn't know.
No, I didn't, but thanks just the same. And you may tell the authorities that I was merely escorting Miss Claremont to safety.
You?
You may also advise her father that his daughter went into the Casbah quite alone. If he's so concerned about her welfare, he might devote more time to her whereabouts.
But...
Good night, Mr. Nolan. I've only engaged a single here at the hotel. If you insist on staying, I'll have to notify the management. Of course, you will pay the additional fee for your stay.
What? Ah, well, they warned me you were a slippery line. But if you try any funny business, just remember, we're wise to you.
Good, good. I expect the same protective interest from the authorities that they extend to other American tourists.
Okay, wise guy, but watch it.
Good night, Mike Nolan. In my business, twists of fate are a specialty. I usually know how to keep the police wondering where I am during working hours, but just let me take a vacation, and all the authorities in town are suddenly very busy. In this case, the cops worrying about Susan only whetted my interest. I hadn't a notion of the spot she got herself in the next afternoon.
352, 350. Oh, this must be it.
Oui? Oh, but what a charming visitor.
Oh, I must have the wrong address. I thought this is where Miss Polaris...
But of course, you are Suzanne. Magda told me to expect you.
Oh, then I am in the right place.
Mais oui. Please come in, mademoiselle. Magda will be somewhat delayed, but she told me to amuse you. After all, she planned this rendezvous for us.
Please, help me.
Again? Oh, really, Susan, this can become a habit.
Oh, please. Parents mustn't know.
No, thank you. No, you spell trouble for me, Susan. Just go your own sweet way, and I'll go mine.
Please.
Hey, wait a minute. What's wrong? Oh, she's been drugged. No, she's done it. All I need is for Mike Nolan to walk by and see Susan draped in my arms like this. Well, if I must, I must. Taxi!
Yes, monsieur?
You heard me. I want a taxi.
No taxis, monsieur. Please, buy a rug.
I don't want a rug. Get me a horse and carriage.
Streets too narrow, monsieur. Like to see some pretty girls, dancing girls?
I got my own pretty girl. We're not going dancing. She's unconscious, and I want to get her home quick. Get me a donkey or something. Get me a camel. Get me a helicopter. Get me out of here.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with The Dark Enchantress.
I didn't dare take Susan to my place. It was just possible she was a police plant. So I took her to the last place I ever thought Harry Lime would enter, the convent of the Little Sisters of Charity, just off the Casbah.
The poor child. This is a terrible thing, Mr. Lime.
Where am I?
You are quite safe, my child.
And you fainted, Susan. I brought you to this convent.
But Charles.
Charles?
There is no one here by that name.
Oh, what a fool I've been.
Would you like to tell us just what happened, Susan?
Oh, no, just leave me alone.
Perhaps you should take this matter to the police,
Oh,
Mr.
no,
Lime.
no.
I think her parents are the ones to judge that, sister.
Oh, no, they mustn't know. I'll get the money from Dad somehow.
Money?
Come, my child. Tell us what happened. Nothing is so bad that a little understanding won't ease.
I went to Magda's apartment to meet her, I thought. But he was there instead.
He?
He said his name was Charles Poncaire. He was very good looking, about my height and dark. He said Magda had arranged the meeting and he served cocktails. And it was after that things grew hazy and I don't remember.
Mickey's.
What, Mr. Lyon?
Susan was evidently drugged, sister. The cocktails were drugged.
Oh, yes.
When I came to, Charles was very different. He said if I didn't get him 5,000 pounds, he'd tell my parents I'd been alone with him, and he knew all about me and where we were staying, everything.
There, Charles.
How did you manage to get from Magda's rooms over the Barbary Queen to where I ran into you, Susan? Your condition certainly didn't warrant it.
But Magda doesn't live above the cafe, Mr. Lyon. She said she was staying at 356 Rue Madelon.
Rue Madelon?
I fought with Charles and I ran out in the street and I didn't know what I was doing.
Mr. Lyon, this is Rue Madelon. That 356 address is almost across the street. The building on the corner.
Oh, so Magda keeps two establishments.
She must have given me the wrong address. What'll I do?
Go home to Mother and tell all. That's what you do. It's the only way, Susan, unless you prefer the police.
Oh, no.
You happened into an unscrupulous blackmailer, and the best way out of the trouble is to inform your parents what has happened and then leave the rest to me.
Oh, you do that for me?
I find I do have an Achilles heel, my dear.
Oh, how can I ever thank you?
No, don't start weeping again, or we'll flood out the Little Sisters of Charity. Come on, Susan. Let's get to your parents before I change my plan. Mr. and Mrs. Claremont were exactly what I'd expected. Wealthy, well-meaning, and incredibly stupid about the realities of life. All this fitted into my plan perfectly, and as Mother Claremont bustled her child into the boudoir, Father Claremont and I discussed business.
This is a terrible thing, Mr. Lime. Why such a scandal could wreck my daughter's reputation. I can't understand how she could allow herself to get into such a predicament.
Well, it happens all the time, but how such things happen to beautiful young girls is beside the point now, Mr. Claremont. The important thing is how to deal with this Charles Poincaré.
I'd like to beat him to a pulp.
That'd make a pretty headline for the Chronicle. Financier manhandles daughter's blackmailer.
Please, this must never get to the press.
That's why I suggest you keep the police out of it.
What shall I do then?
Claremont, do you trust me?
You, of course, Mr. Lime. Why, you saved my little girl.
Then give me the 5,000 in cash.
What?
Allow me to pay off your blackmailer and see that he doesn't come back for more, Mr. Claremont. You see, I understand these things. The pieces of the puzzle were dropping nicely into place. I could see a way of keeping Mr. Claremont's cash and also getting a little more from Mr. Charles Poincaré for my silence. See, if you understand these things, there is a certain amount of honor among thieves. So went back to my hotel. There hadn't been any calls. Had a quick bath, shaved. Just getting ready to start for the mysterious address on Rue Madelon when... Yes?
Monsieur Harry Lime.
Who wants him?
Charles Poncaire.
Well, you come in, Monsieur Poincaré.
Thank you.
Need I say I hardly expected you?
Raymond. But since I realized it was merely a matter of time until you visited my quarters, monsieur, I thought I would save you the trouble.
No, it's very nice, old man, I'm sure, but
I followed the girl into the street when she fled. I saw her approach you.
As simple as that.
Oui.
And from said meeting, you knew my identity, that Susan would tell me all.
And that you would offer to aid the distressed family, that you have, in fact, my $5,000.
I see. Your powers of observation amaze me, Mr. Poincaré.
Susan called Magda and confided in her.
And you and Magda?
Are birds of a feather, Monsieur Lyon, even as you are.
Oh.
Learning this much from Susan, Magda took the trouble to learn more about you.
I see. I underestimated the lady.
You're not the first one. And now, my money.
First, tell me one thing.
Oui.
Even though I am a bird of your feather, Poincaré, what's to stop me from going to the police with the whole story?
You did not think I would allow you to continue living, Monsieur Lyon?
Well, there's no harm in asking. So, this is the picture. I hand over the loot and you dispose of me. Is that it?
But of course. A gun with a silencer is a beautiful way to end such a life. Your body will be found, but the world will be most happy to be rid of Harry Lime. It will not worry about who did it.
You sound as though you were enjoying this.
I am.
I suppose I have no choice in the matter.
None whatsoever.
Even though I planned how to get much more revenue from Mr. Claremont. 50,000 as a starter.
50,000.
And this time no one will tell Magda. We split the take, you and I.
Come no closer, monsieur.
I was just going to deliver this down payment. Missed me. And I track a buck and snare a doe.
Let me go.
Oh, no, Magda. This is too good a joke, and it'll cost you your 5,000.
Come on, up with your hands. Both of you.
Well, Mike Nolan again. You're a busy guy.
This isn't my doing, Mr. Lime. I try to explain...
Well, gentlemen, this looks like the end of the story. The clock has struck 12, the coach has turned into a pumpkin, and the prince has changed into Cinderella.
Hey, what are you talking about, Lime?
If you'll take this lady off my hands, Nolan, I'll attempt to explain.
Lady? Him? Is that the man that my daughter...
Hold it, Claremont, Nolan. Allow me to introduce Magda Polaris.
You fool!
This is unbelievable.
Magda and Charles Ponquer are one and the same, Mr. Claremont. She assumed masculine disguise to blackmail her own sex and used her own devastating personality and appearance to hypnotize the masculine. Quite a girl, I should say.
Don't believe him. He was trying to talk me into getting more money from you, Claremont.
That I believe. Like I said when Claremont told me you were helping him, Lime, he was jumping from the frying pan into the fire. Looks like we got here just in time.
As always, Detective Nolan, you have performed magnificently.
What are you trying to give me, Lime?
Nothing but praise, you flatfoot. But to Mr. Claremont, I give $5,000, the blackmail fee for which I did not have to pay.
I can't find words to thank you, Mr.
Now,
Lime.
just wait a minute, Mr. Claremont. This guy's trying to weasel out of a fast deal. I believe what this Magda dame says. He was in on the deal with her, and he's hungry for more.
Mr. Nolan, I asked the authorities to watch my daughter's activities, yet she fell into the worst kind of trouble. Mr. Lime was the one who saved her.
But don't you see his angle? He was trying to...
I came here with you to prove to you his innocence, but that wasn't necessary. Mr. Lime has pleaded his own case and won.
What?
No, he's guilty, I tell you. As guilty as I am.
Take this woman away, officer. I'll be down later to prefer charges.
Oh, whatever you say, Mr. Claremont. Come on, you.
I'll get even with you, Harry Lime, if it takes 100 years.
I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Lime. Now I'm doubly in your debt. Won't you accept a more substantial expression of my gratitude? This $5,000, for instance.
$5,000 with pleasure, Mr. Claremont. With pleasure.
Another payoff. What's the game now, Lime? What are you taking that money for?
Charity, old man, charity.
Charity? That's a new one.
Yes, as a matter of fact, it is. Entirely new. I'm surprising myself, old man, but then I'm a surprising kind of guy. I swore a solemn oath years ago never to do anything fundamentally decent if I could possibly avoid it. And look what I'm up to now.
Taking money again. That's what you're up to, exploiting these people.
Nolan, there's a reward out for Magda, isn't there? A reward. Well, don't try to chisel in. The reward goes to me.
Now, just a minute.
I don't want to be greedy, old man, but I've got my expenses to cover.
But you got $5,000.
Oh, but that isn't for me, Nolan, old man. No, believe it or not, this 5,000 is going to the convent of the Little Sisters of Charity.
It's going to
Right. That ought to help them offer sanctuary to someone else's wandering daughters.
Well, now I've heard everything.
Tell you what, old man, I'll cut you in on the reward.
Now, look, you're off your rocker. Now I know it. Lime giving dough to a convent?
And splitting the reward with you, Nolan. The reward, a small percentage. If you promise never to tell.
About the split?
About the convent. After all, old man, I've got my reputation to think of.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
So now, friends, you know all. Harry Lime, who started his career by putting his hand in the poor box, slipped so far that he even gave some money to a convent. Believe me, I was so depressed after doing it, I got right out of town, took a tramp steamer that night. funny thing, the name of the ship was the SS Polaris. Yes. She had been a beautiful craft. Well. Heaven help the poor working girl. And so does Harry Lime.
Presenting Orson Welles as the third man. The Lives of Harry Lime, the fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
The single most pernicious influence on the growing English boy is the shocking behavior portrayed in the American cinematograph.
To which at one time I would have added a hearty amen. Except that I was forced to admit soon afterwards that the luckiest thing that ever happened to yours truly, Harry Lime, was this same influence of the American cinematograph on one growing English boy. Both these statements were proven for me in an adventure which, if you will forgive me, I shall call The Earl on Troubled Waters.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man in today's story, The Earl on Troubled Waters.
Not so very long ago, I was sipping a rather dubious Pernod in a rather dubious London cafe with a rather dubious British character, the sort known locally as a spiv. This particular spib was using at the time the name of Robinson, I imagine, because he hoped that there was virtue in the number of his compatriots who bore the same moniker. He had no other pretensions to virtue. Why was I there? Well, I was there because he had asked me to be, and because I had nothing better to do. He was the sort of man who managed to sound conspiratorial even when he was asking you something like...
Care for another Pernod?
Well, leaving my own preferences to one side, Robinson, I have my digestive system to consider. For better or worse, it's my only digestive system. I'd rather not make an enemy of it.
All right. No need to make a speech. I suppose you want me to get down to business, eh?
You mean to tell me, old man, that you have some business which you seriously think would be of interest to me?
You're interested in making money, I don't doubt.
Say on, friend of my middle years.
I thought that'd make you prick up your ears. Well, no, it's like this. I have some money, see? Quite a bit of it. And I want to get it out of the country.
Pounds or dollars?
It's dollars. A lot of them. I pulled off a good caper, I did. It's enough for a pair of fine nest eggs, Harry, but
you can't get it out of the country because you're scared, and with every good reason. It's customs people. They're looking for you, am I right? Right. So you can't smuggle it out yourself. You have a problem, old man. Who's going to smuggle it out for you?
Why not you?
How much money's involved, old man?
30,000 American dollars.
Even if the deal were a 50-50 split, I'm not sure it's worth it, old man. It's too risky.
And they told me that you were game for anything. Palm himself off as anybody, they said. Take any risk. Slickest rascal this side of old Ned himself. That's what they told me.
Oh, yes. How they do go on.
Said you could outwit anybody, they did. Why? See that pair of your countrymen over there sitting in that corner?
Oh, fine, substantial citizens, aren't they?
Pair of gulls, if ever I saw one. Innocents, both of them. But I bet even they could see through you.
You bet? What would I have to do?
I'm calling your bluff, Harry Lime. But I don't believe you're ready or able to do any of the things they say you can. My wager is 5,000 American dollars. You can't even convince those two Americans you're an Englishman.
Old man, I bet you I could walk on water if it weren't cheaper to pay my penny and cross on the ferry.
Yeah. Can't smuggle. No sportsman won't take my wager. I'm going off to look for a man.
Now, wait a bit now. Let's see what we've got. You'll pay me 10 grand to smuggle your 30 grand out of the country, and you'll bet me 5 grand I can't pull the wool over the eyes of Mr. and Mrs. J. American Chump sitting over there, all right?
Well, no, of course
Done's done, old man. I'll take your bet and smuggle your money all at once. I'll even make him think I'm nobility just to make the cheese more binding. Where's your money? Got it with you?
Yes, but...
Hand it over under the table. Under the table. That should be a familiar method for you. Come on, quick. My couple's getting ready to go.
When will you turn it back to me?
In France. It's all there, this package?
Yes.
Run along now, old man. Doesn't do my reputation any good to be seen in public with you. As of this instant, old man, I am guarding the reputation of the Earl of Linchester.
Who's that?
Me, old man, me. I pocketed Robinson's package after sneaking a quick look, and sure enough, they were American dollars, quite a few bills, and each of them of a large, coarse denomination. Then, to follow my 2 American tourists to their hotel, estimate when they'd be coming down to the lobby, and bribe a page boy to help me in my little masquerade was, for me, the work of an instant. My 2 innocents showed up conveniently just a short time before the dinner hour. It was child's play to catch the page boy's eye, make sure he was ready for my prearranged signal to him, and then bump, as if by accident, into the American.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Not at all. It's entirely my fault. Can't think why I was so clumsy. Did I hurt your foot?
No, really, it's quite all right, thank you.
You're American, aren't you?
Come, dear.
That's right. I'm from Texas.
Texas? Well, fancy that.
George, I think we better...
I thought that you were maybe an American, too, sir.
As a matter of fact, I was raised in Australia, Mr.
Perkins.
Perkins.
George Perkins.
How do you do,
This is Mrs. Perkins. Mr.
How do you do, Mrs. Perkins? Linchester is my name. How do you do, Mrs. Perkins?
Fine, thank you, Mr. Linchester. George, hadn't we better...
Well, I'm constantly being mistaken, for an American, Mr. Perkins. Let me hasten to say I consider it a compliment, I suppose, because of my necktie. Is that right? The fact is, I am by accident of birth a loyal subject of Her Majesty the Queen.
Well,
boy, were you calling Linchester?
Yes, sir.
I'm Linchester.
Message from Lady Linchester, sir. She phoned to say she shan't be able to meet you for dinner after all, and for you to go ahead and meet her later.
Oh, thank you very much. Here you are, my boy.
Thank you, Lord Linchester.
Lord! Well, I guess you're not an American for sure.
And just imagine me calling you Mr. Linchester. Oh, really, I'm so embarrassed.
Please. Actually, I sometimes feel like an imposter myself. I've only been Earl of Linchester a very short time,
Oh?
Yes, I came into the title quite recently. Now, look here, Mrs. Perkins, there's really no cause for embarrassment. If it makes you feel any better, I'll apologize for being in a hurry from the first place. And now then, in the second place, I've just been stood up by my wife, so if you're not in a hurry to be off somewhere, perhaps you'll let me stand you to a drink.
Oh, it's really not
I wouldn't think of
necessary.
imposing on you.
Oh, just until I hear Mrs. Perkins say she's no longer embarrassed. Huh? How about it? You'll come to the Claridge's with me? Of course you will. Come along, then. We can have a drink to all those hands across the sea. I stirred them into the lounge at Claridge's, got them seated, dropped a few illustrious names they might have heard of and apparently had, stuffed 2 or 3 drinks down their not at all reluctant gullets, and I had them all sweetly primed for the next stage.
Oh, my, this has been so nice of you, Lord
Oh,
Linchester.
it surely has indeed.
Imagine, George, our having met a real honest-to-goodness Earl. I know this must sound foolish to you, Lord Linchester, but it's truly a thrill.
Well, I just wish my having the title was as unmixed a blessing as you might think, Mrs. Perkins.
Why, I think it would be just heavenly.
Mrs. Perkins, if you want the truth, being an English nobleman these days is a mug's game. The government here in England, well, sometimes it seems that they're trying to penalize a man for investing his money soundly. Why, right now I'm in touch with a scheme to make some money. Big money, too. But I can't.
Well, what's the scheme, Lord Lancaster? I mean, if I do say so myself, I got a pretty good business head on my shoulders.
Mr. Perkins, I'm sorry. I'd like to tell you about it. Frank, I'd like to have your advice on it. But there are others involved in it, and I've agreed to keep it quiet. Matter of fact, I'm afraid I shan't have a chance to profit by it myself.
Well, why not?
Well, you see, it involves a foreign investment. As you know, it's pretty difficult to get one's money out of the country.
You can't smuggle it out?
Well, not a chance, I'm afraid. You see, British customs people pay special attention to people with reputations like I mean to men in my position.
If I could be of any
Oh,
help.
it's awfully good of you, sir, but I wouldn't dream of it.
Why not? First place, we're permitted to take 15,000 American dollars out.
Yes,
We came
I
in
know.
with that much. And in second place, no reason for anyone to examine our luggage.
Yes,
George, I don't think.
Quiet, dear.
But really, I don't think
Now,
I could.
please, I'd be honored, sir. And, of course, if you see fit to let me know anything of the investment once we get to France.
Yes, well, it might work.
George, are you sure we...
Quiet, dear. Why won't it work? How much is involved?
30,000 American dollars.
Okay, that's fine. You get it to me. We were planning to take the Channel boat from Dover to Calais next Wednesday anyway.
Well, if you insist, old man, I'll book passage on the same Channel boat. On the Wednesday, we went down to the train together. I slipped my chump the package of $31,000 bills. He hid them away without any sign of nervousness. And in the customs shed, I waited my turn under the letter L. Perkins came over once to chat. He had to elbow a 12-year-old kid out of the way.
Well, I'll see you aboard the boat then, Lord Lancaster.
Righto.
Don't you worry about anything.
All right, thanks again, old man. Oh, look, little boy. Is there any better place to stand than under everybody's feet?
Come, Ronald, take close to your
Yes.
uncle now.
In a minute.
Now, go on, Ronald, or whatever your name is. Didn't you hear your governess calling? I was just going to speak to this loathsome child again when all of a sudden I saw Robinson coming up to where I was standing.
Out of control, is
Now,
it?
listen, old man. Listen to me. You shouldn't be here. Run along and practice forging signatures or something,
Just
will you?
remember I'll be on the same boat.
All right, old man. I'll endeavor to bear up under the news. Fool.
What's he, pal? A torpedo?
A what?
Don't need to climb up with me, pal. Is he a torpedo?
Wherever did you pick up this repellent language? Now, if you...
Cheated. Here, hey, I'm scared, I'm scared, and me.
I had just made up my mind to cuff this provoking child where it would do him the most good when out of the corner of my eye I saw that he was right. The customs man was coming. I looked around to make sure the Perkins pair were beyond earshot. They were.
All right, now, luggage ready?
Oh, right here, officer. Just this overnight bag.
Let's see, papers?
Oh, yes, here we are.
Yes.
I can't imagine why you singled me out for this attention, officer.
Harry Lime.
Yes.
Passport in order. You're declaring...
just the 5 pounds allowed a British subject, officer, though I believe I could take more.
All right, I can read, thanks.
Where's the stuff hid, pal?
Scram.
What's that?
Nothing, officer. Just stifling. Sneeze.
Oh, Gesundheit. Well, everything seems to be in order.
My dear old customs officer, don't sound so disappointed. Into each life, some rain must fall.
All right, now then, who's next on my list?
Pal, are you lucky? You must have been living right.
Never confuse luck with shrewd management, my odious little man. Any other questions?
Yes.
When are you going to make up your mind whether your name is Lime or Linchester?
Just as my hand shot out to grab his collar, he ducked away into the crowd. I could see him with the governess and the man I heard her calling his uncle, just getting ready to board the boat. How much had he heard? Who would he tell? If only that kid would keep quiet till we were safe in the channel.
In a moment, Orson Welles returns as Harry Lime, the third man. And now Orson Welles as Harry Lime continues today's story.
I took one last look down at the pier side as our boat moved off. I could see the governess. She was frantically looking about for that brat. He'd disappeared again. Then I forgot him and went looking for the Perkinses. Perkins?
Yeah?
It's me, Linchester.
Oh, good. Come on in, sir. Come on in.
Thanks, old man. Well, Mrs. Perkins, feel better now, do you, after getting through the customs, all right?
I feel terrible.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. I touched the sea, nothing like a glass of champagne to fix that up.
Oh, I'm afraid nothing does her any good, Lord Lanchester.
Oh.
Quiet, dear. Well, sir?
You, have the envelope safe, don't you? I hope.
Right in my pocket. Here, don't worry.
Oh, fine.
I was, just wondering, of course, glad to do the favor for you. I'm sure you understand, but, now that I've brought the money through for you, I was, just wondering.
Oh, about my foreign investment possibilities,
Yes. If there were some possibility of...
Perkins, old man, I can't think of anything that would give me greater satisfaction, keener personal pleasure. I'm sure you know that.
Well, I like to think that maybe
I've already indicated the difficulty. My money's at the disposal of a mysterious financier, a man called Robinson. I'll be honest with you, I don't even know the man's first name myself. I'm sworn to the most close-mouthed secrecy about the entire venture. All I can do is promise you that I'll try to persuade Robinson to let me introduce you to him.
I had hoped, maybe if I'd happened onto a good thing, I'd be able to finance my entire European trip.
Yes.
Well, here you are, then.
Thank you.
You better count it just to make sure that...
My dear fellow, of course I trust you implicitly. However, just to set your mind at rest. Here we are, 1, 3, 5... 5 is 10, 5, 18, 20, 5 is 30. All here. All present and accounted for. And once again, my thanks.
We'll be stopping at the George Sank in Paris,
Oh,
Lord.
fine. George Sank. Absolutely, old man. I'll call you just as soon as I've had a chance to talk to Robinson.
Now, you won't forget, sir.
I swear I won't, old man. Just as sure as my name is Linchester. Goodbye now. From his cabin to mine was only a short step. I'd locked my cabin door when I left it to find Perkins and reclaim the $30,000, but just when I was beginning to think I had nothing further to worry about, I reached my cabin door and realized that it was no longer locked. That's funny. Oh, that explains it.
Come in, Lime. Shut the door behind you.
Well, I generally do, old man. I generally do. It doesn't require an order. Well, made yourself comfy, I hope? Didn't realize that you included lock-picking among your many accomplishments, old man. But on the other hand, it would have been a safe guess.
Less gabble, sit.
Come, old man. This is a time for rejoicing. Why the grim, determined expression? Get up, dance, kick your heels together. Your old friend has pulled it off again, and you are the richer by $15,000.
30?
Yes, 30. Surely your arithmetic leaves something to be desired. Suppose I run over our little agreement again. For getting your money through customs, you were supposed to pay me 1/3. Now, 1/3 of 30 is 10. In addition,
Still the gab and hand it over. Come on,
which you
all of it.
wagered that I would be unable to pass myself off as an Englishman to Mr. George Perkins of Texas. $5,000 even money. 5 and 10 make 15, and so you owe me 15,000. In consequence, I owe you the other 15, half the boodle. Very simple.
Have you finished?
For the moment.
A good line. Now I'll talk. This gun is bulky because of the silencer, see? The cabins on either side are empty. I happen to know, for I saw the passengers in them drinking in the saloon. If you like, I'll let the gun do all the talking for me. I want all the 30,000, understand? And I want it handed over now.
You seem very determined.
I am. When you reach into your inside jacket pocket, Lime, make very sure that the only thing you bring out is the envelope with the money, or I shoot. I mean it.
Dear, dear. Who would have thought that a man of your sterling character would stoop to such a double cross? Well, if it must be, it must be. I was actually reaching for the envelope when all of a sudden I heard a little sound just behind me. A sound at the door. The doorknob had just been turned. Well, I wanted whoever was coming in to come in behind Robinson's back.
Hey, where you going?
Just walking over to sit on my berth, old man. Surely you don't object to my being comfortable while you rob me of my share.
Well, just keep both your hands where I can see them.
Why should I not? Why, indeed. I reached into my pocket very slowly and carefully for the envelope, but my eyes never left the doorknob. Robinson, whose back was to the door, couldn't see it. It was opening slowly. Very slowly.
Come on, get a move on. Hand me that envelope, Lime.
Now the door was open, just as I handed him the envelope. From behind Robinson, there came a snarled command.
All right, punk, get him up. Reach for the roof.
What the...
My hand closed on a heavy ashtray as Robinson wheeled toward the door in surprise.
Why, it... Oh, just a kid. Come in here, you.
Thank you, Ronald.
He really had a gun?
Well, it wasn't a pea shooter.
Is he out?
Out? Well, when a heavy object like this ashtray is brought forcibly to bear on a brittle object like that skull, Ronald, the result, it is fair to predict, will be a minor concussion and consequent unconsciousness.
Is he dead?
Well, Robinsons don't die so easily, Ronald, my boy. Come in. Sit down. Well, we'll keep this door closed, I think, for the next few minutes.
What you going to do?
Well, we're going to truss up this specimen till he looks like a cocoon, that's what. Not forgetting to gag him securely in the bargain. There we are.
I didn't know you really had a gun.
Oh.
Might he have killed you?
Well, I like to think he wouldn't.
He was a torpedo, wasn't he?
What's a torpedo?
Oh, you know, a gunman, a gangster.
What have you been doing, young man? Going to American gangster movies? Where do you pick up this tedious slang?
I go to all the American flicks. They're keen.
Disgraceful. There. That should keep our friend quiet for a time.
Why was he going to kill you, Mr. Lime?
Well, how do you know who I am?
I heard the customs man when he read your name off your passport.
Oh, yes, to be sure.
I heard that other man call you Lord Linchester, too, but I knew you weren't Linchester.
And how is that?
You're American, aren't you? I say, tell me, why was he trying to kill you?
Well, Robinson is a very bad man, Ronald. He was trying to smuggle money out of the country, and as you know, that's against the law.
I know that. Were you trying to stop him?
Well, that's one way of putting it, I suppose.
I say, that's splendid.
Besides, he was trying to welch on a bet he'd lost to me.
A bet?
He'd owed me $5,000 for a bet. I'll just take that and the rest I'll put safely away.
Say, how about me?
You?
Sure. Split up the swag. Didn't I save you from being...
But this isn't swag, Ronald. This is...
Just a minute, pal.
Tell you what I'll do. Here. You take this one bill,
$1,000? Is it real?
Well, it is unless I've been grossly deceived. Here, now, fold it up tight. Stick it into your watch pocket. That's it. You know what that is?
What?
That's hush money. Now, you run along back to your cabin, and mind you don't tell anybody about this. Anybody at all.
I have no cabin. I'm a stowaway.
Oh, my God.
I came aboard following suspicious characters.
Who?
You. And now we're partners, aren't we?
Fine. So we're partners. Okay. You know what your first job will be, partner?
What?
You sit right here and keep a watch on Robinson. Make sure he can't get out of these sheets I've tied around him, okay?
But where will you...
I'll be in and out. First of all, I got to tell the captain what's happened, and I'll be back. But you stay here, right, Ronald? Promise not to stir out of this room? It's very important. Somebody should be here all the time. Right? Promise?
I promise I won't move. And if he tries to escape, I'll shoot him dead.
The big thing was to get away from that awful kid. He was getting to be like a patch of poison ivy for me. I'd only have to steer clear of him for another few minutes, though the boat was nearly ready to dock by that time in Calais. Up on deck, I ran into Perkins again.
Now, you won't forget, Lord Manchester.
Please, old man, I gave you my word as a Linchester. You're feeling better, I hope, Mrs. Perkins? I had the 29,000, 5,000 I'd won on a bet. That was tucked into a waistcoat pocket. 24,000 left. That was in my billfold, but the coast was clear. The more money I brought into France, the better the French should like it. I was about ready to be Harry Lime again, and the feeling, believe me, was good. The steamer docked, and there was a delay. The gangplank was rigged. Delay again. And at last, here I come. Down the gangway, my pulse beat normal and my heart high.
There he is. That's the man. That's the one. Seize him.
Seen you somewhere before, haven't I?
What's the meaning of this?
Seize him.
Who is this hysterical female?
He's the man who was talking to poor Ronald. Kidnapper.
Now, Miss Anstruther.
Kidnapper.
Everything will be all right in a moment.
Kidnapper? What a grotesquerie. Take your hands off me,
Where
woman.
is he? What have you done with him, monster? Where's my Ronald?
We have the same child in mind, madam. He's very probably sitting peacefully in cabin 23.
Here I am.
Ronald. Are you all right?
Sure, I'm fine. Who are these men?
Never mind, dear. Don't trouble about them. They're just two very nice men from Scotland Yard who flew me over
Yard.
to save you from this bad man who was trying to kidnap you.
Dear madam, if you will kindly...
Not a kidnapper. He's a hero.
Oh, yes.
He caught a man who was trying to smuggle money out of the country, and he tied him up, and I'm his partner, and we're both detectives. And you must let him go, because there's probably a reward for the man he caught.
Wait a mo, what's this? What cabin, sir?
Yes, certainly, the boy's right. The guilty party is, as I was just trying to tell you, in cabin 23 on the second deck. Thank you, Ronald.
And you've still got the money, haven't you?
Yes, that's so I do. Just looking for the proper person to return it to, of course. If I could just see your credentials, old man.
Right here.
Just so, and the money. Yes, it is. Here you were. I was keeping it carefully stowed away in my waistcoat pocket, you see. 5,000 American dollars.
I want to thank you very much, sir. Very civic-minded thing to do. Now, about the fellow who was trying
Come on, then. I'll show you where he is.
Ronald, you come straight back here with me. Do you hear? It's all the fault of those dreadful American cinematographs. The single most pernicious influence on the growing English boy is the shocking behavior portrayed in...
I'd like to have your name, sir, so the commissioner can send you a proper letter of gratitude.
Oh, not at all. Please, never mind, really, old chap. If I weren't rather in a hurry,
All right, sir, just as you please. But thanks again.
Right.
We'll attend to the fellow in cabin 23.
One moment, please.
Yes, sir?
That's a rather extraordinary boy. Do you happen to know his name?
Him, sir? Oh, rather. That's the little Earl of Linchester, sir. Come along, Stevens. Right with you.
The little Earl of Linchester.
Harry Lime will be back in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
I haven't seen his lordship since then, but believe me, wherever I go, I keep a sharp eye out for little Ronald. Not that we aren't friends now, but I'm the careful type. My mother, who was careful too, warned me against speaking to strangers. I wish I could manage to keep her advice. And my father, who was Irish, warned me about the English, in particular the toffs and the nabobs and the high mucky-mucks that he. They're the ones you got to watch. Well, I don't know about that. Some of my best suckers are in Burke's Peerage. But Daddy never said a word about the tiny tots. Well, I guess what Daddy didn't know didn't hurt him. Now, time to go. And always remember, friends, the wages of sin aren't as high as they ought to be, considering the overhead. Goodbye now.
presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
Here now is a story of power, politics, and international intrigue. I got mixed up in it because I decided, just for a change of pace, to earn an honest living. I got myself the concession in Malinia for Buzzo. Buzzo being, as you probably know, a popular soft drink, and Malinia being, as you probably don't know, a small island republic in the Mediterranean. The concession I won in a crap game. As it just happened, the dice were loaded in my favor. But the way things turned out, I'd have been luckier if I'd lost. Stick around, I'll tell you about it.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the Third Man, in today's story, The Dead Candidate.
Hello. The sea is nice and calm, isn't it?
Yes.
You're getting off Malinia City?
That's right.
Me too.
For goodness sake, what for?
Buzzo.
I'm going to get married. But what about you?
Buzzo.
You keep saying that. Sounds like Buzzo.
That's right, Buzzo. Millions of people keep saying it. Keep drinking it, too.
Oh, sure. I remember. Buzz off with
Buzzo.
Buzzo.
That's it. The drink throw for a nickel. I have the concession for Malinia. Yes, I'm carrying the Buzzo gospel to its last frontier. Aren't you pretty young to be getting married?
Listen, how would you like to be called Kraus? You're never too young to change a name like that.
I suppose not.
A lady in Washington told my fortune in a teacup for 50 cents.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what she said? She said I'm going to marry a diplomat and take a journey across the sea. And look, it's true. Only what do you think the diplomat's doing now in the bar?
Getting drunk.
No, playing stud poker with that Greek from the second class.
Is your fiancé a card shop?
No, he's just a diplomat. Consul General in Washington for the Millennium Republic. Someday, he says, they're going to let him be the Millennium Secretary of State.
Yeah, sounds wonderful. When's the wedding?
I don't know. I guess just as soon as I fall in love with him. And there he is, playing poker. Looks like it's going to be an awfully long engagement.
How about breaking the monotony? I warn you, Miss Krause. You're very pretty. I'm going to kiss you.
Okay. That was nice. What's your name?
Harry Lime.
All right, Harry. You go right ahead and kiss me again.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Oh, Joaquimo, you wouldn't care if you
Well,
were.
I guess I'll be running along.
Don't unless you want
really,
to.
I must. Well, be seeing you.
Don't you want to know who that was?
I don't know or care, really. I'll choose my own occasions for being jealous, darling. You can't force these things.
You're not a Latin at all, Joaquimo.
Of course I am.
When I think of Latins, I think of guitars like the one that's playing now, and a moon like that, and a balcony.
Darling, I don't think a balcony is provided on this boat.
You wouldn't know what to do with it if there was one.
What do you do with a balcony?
Romeo climbed
He
it.
did not. He got over the garden wall, all right, but the balcony was too much for him. That's the whole purpose for a balcony, to present the opposite sexes to each other with maximum visibility and minimum availability. It's our romantic Latin natures. We prefer reading the fine print only after the contract is signed.
You know what you are, Joaquimo?
What?
You're a poop. Here you are going on about women in general, when just 2 minutes ago your woman in particular was being kissed.
Oh, yes, I forgot to ask you. What was that fellow's name?
Harry Lime.
Never heard of him. Did I tell you I lost the poker game?
Listen, Joaquimo, I want to talk to you seriously.
Oh?
I don't care how Latin you are. Just because we don't love each other is no reason why we have to get married.
Let's sleep over it.
I don't want to sleep.
You'd better. We're getting into port early tomorrow morning.
I never should have let him go. That was my mistake.
Who, that fellow Lime?
That fellow Lime. He's not just that fellow Lime.
Oh, then who is he?
He's Harry Lime.
And what of it?
You mean to tell me you never heard of J. Harry Lime?
Never.
I'm surprised at you. Honestly, I am. How long were you in Washington?
What's that got to do with it?
You were the diplomatic representative of your country, and you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Haven't you any idea why Harry Lime is going to Melania?
Why?
You don't know?
No, I don't.
To look things over for the president, that's all.
The president of Melania?
No, the president of the United States.
And what's he got to do with the president?
What has Harry J. Lime got to do with the president?
I thought it was J. Harry Lime.
It's the same thing.
You mean he's one of those presidential advisors?
The president doesn't make a move without him. Oh. Of course, you don't see his picture much in the papers. He likes to keep behind the scenes.
But, Susie, you're always making up stories. I'll bet this is another one. If the president were sending somebody to Melania, we would have heard about it.
But this is unofficial.
Oh?
Yes, that's the way he always works, unofficially, incognito. This time he's pretending to be a representative for Buzzo.
For what?
You know, buzz off with Buzzo. It's a soft drink.
Very interesting, very interesting. I tell you what, Susie, if you go down that companionway and then up by the prow, you can see the porpoises.
The who?
Porpoises.
What of it?
They're phosphorescent.
I don't care.
Well, go and look at them anyway. I'll be with you in a minute.
Well, at least you're being forceful. That's some improvement.
I'm just going to send the cable, dear. I'll be right with you.
Yeah?
You're the wireless man, aren't you?
That's me.
You've been playing your guitar very nimbly.
Thanks. You want to hear something special?
Yes, amigo. The sound of your quick hand on the telegraph key. A nation's fate depends on you. Now, see if you can take this from dictation. It should be in code, of course, but then code costs a little money, and a little money is exactly what my country doesn't have. Malinian Foreign Ministry. Most secret, most urgent. Line, repeat, line, first name Harry, arrives Malinia City, my ship tomorrow. Am I going too fast for you?
Yeah, that's okay.
Good. For your information, this Lime is the American president's chief confidential advisor. Lime's purpose visiting Malinia, obvious. Stop. Certain, I need not remind you that our repeated attempts to obtain financial aid for Malinia from Washington have been always rebuffed due to American prejudice against what they refer to as, quote, dictatorship, unquote, stop. This presidential advisor, Lime, will be looking for evidence of despotism, brutality, and terrorism in a police state. Need I say that he will not find any such thing? Repeat, Lime will not find any such thing. Yours, democratically, Joaquino.
Is that all?
Right, send it straight wire.
That'll be $20, mister.
My fiancée will pay you. Good night.
Good morning.
Good morning, Harry. Well, we're almost ready to land. Have you ever been to Melania before, Harry?
No, I haven't, Susie.
I just thought I'd ask.
Looks nice from here, all those banners and flags. Must be a holiday, huh?
Don't you know what's going on
I
yet?
don't know anything about this place.
Well, it's an awful little dictatorship, for one thing. Harry, what are you really doing?
What do you mean, really doing? Buzzo. That's what I'm doing. Buzzo.
Oh, you just keep on saying Buzzo.
Well, people keep on drinking Buzzo.
Not in Melania. They drink Abomino. It's made out of the rinds of tangerine.
Well, the days of Abomino are drawing to a close. What's that noise?
I think it's the Melania national anthem. Look, there's a pilot coming out to meet
Yeah,
us.
they've got an orchestra on the pilot boat, too. They're really going to town.
Harry, I'm afraid I've started something. Will you take my advice?
Gladly.
The first thing you do when you meet the dictator is to get him to sign over that Buzzo concession. Now's the
Yes,
time.
but how do I get to see the dictator?
He's coming out to meet you.
Sure, with all his cabinet.
That's right, with all his cabinet.
Have you got any money?
There's $3 left in my purse. Why?
Wonderful. You can take me to dinner tonight. Later in the season, when the citizens start buzzing off with Buzzo, I'll take you.
But we're all having dinner together.
We're all having that. Joaquimo is coming, too? All right.
Not only Joaquimo, the president's wife, the cabinet, and everybody.
By the president, you mean this dictator, Admiral, who's this?
Admiral Cuchibamba and Lolita.
Lolita.
You know, the famous Lolita.
That's Mrs. Cuchibamba.
It's Mrs. Dictator.
And we're all having dinner at the same table?
That's right.
You're kidding.
Look at those banners on the dock. Here, take my binoculars.
Thanks.
Read what the banners say.
Viva Harry Lime. That's funny. You know what it looks like? It looks like Viva Harry Lime.
That's what it says, all right.
I give you my word, that's how it happened. It wasn't my doing at all. Here I was actually trying to hustle an honest buck. Here I was going straight. And look what I got into. Politics. Susie managed to explain the situation to me just before the official breeding committee got on board. She'd only meant to impress her boyfriend, and here was the whole Millennium Republic, or rather dictatorship, turning itself out to impress me. First, I was surrounded by numberless, dusty-faced little gents, all jingling with medals, and then I was confronted by the fabulous Lolita. Lolita, with her regrettable egrets, her very white, sharp little teeth, baleful green eyes, and skin like uncolored marzipan.
Senor Lime, in the name of our glorious leader, my husband, I bid you welcome to the island paradise of Maligna. Viva Maligna! Viva Maligna! Viva Harry Lime! Viva Harry Lime! Viva Lolita! Viva Lolita!
On shore, a lot of beat-up-looking characters without any shoes had been issued armloads of paper roses. They threw the roses at me. Then I was put in an open car with Lolita, and off we went for a triumphal tour of the island.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with today's story, The Dead Candidate.
As of 6:30 that afternoon, I was still an honored guest of the Millennium State, and a banquet was scheduled in my honor. We take you now to the presidential palace, where Lolita is pinning herself into her evening dress. The admiral, his medals all arranged, is waiting for her on the other side of the screen.
See who that is, Sugar Plum.
It's Joachimo.
Your Excellency.
Yes, Joachimo?
My Uncle Isidro is fading fast. I expect to hear any moment that he has taken wing.
Too bad. The best foreign minister I ever had.
I gather I inherit the post.
But what the...
Please don't bother to object, Your Excellency. My Uncle Isidro has recovered speech long enough to brief me on the job.
What do you mean?
Signora, the essential for a post in your husband's government is information.
I cannot remember that your Uncle Isidro was ever Minister of Information.
He was Minister of Culture, which is a title, and Chief of Secret Police, which is a fact. In Maligna, the information is politically important in direct relation to who has it about who. Uncle Isidro had lots and lots about everybody. A legacy is handing down to me. But don't worry. All the dirt will be as closely guarded as before. I look upon this as a point of family honor.
And I look upon it as a form of blackmail.
I suggest we stop bickering, Signora, and get down to immediate questions of state.
Such as?
Such as persuading this Harry Lime to use his influence in Washington to get us some of that money.
And how are we going to do that?
Oh, that's easy, by convincing Lime that Maligna is really a democracy.
No. These phony demonstrations of democracy for Lime's benefit have put us in a difficult position.
Difficult. Just take the speech Lolita made today.
What about my speech?
Signora, it was dynamite.
You promised the people freedom of speech, freedom of worship, shorter hours, higher pay, old age benefits, and hot lunches for the children in school. Naturally, there was applause.
We don't even have a school to serve the lunches in.
That was just for Lime's benefit. Did we get his name on a check?
It's not that easy. Free press, free speech, free lunches. The next thing they will be wanting to vote.
That's just what I was going to suggest.
What?
We must, in the words of Shakespeare, busy, giddy minds with the presidential campaign.
You mean with more than one candidate?
And ballots to fill out?
We're trying to look like a democracy, aren't we? Well, what could be more convincingly democratic than a presidential election?
That's just silly.
I must say I agree with Lolita. The idea of a presidential election in Maligna is silly.
May I ask why?
Why? Because there's only me to vote for.
Suppose we find someone else.
Why should we?
You mean somebody on our side, somebody safe. Me, for instance. Signora Presidente sounds rather nice.
Now, sweetmeat, let's not get ourselves excited.
Since a communist menace is just as necessary to an election, it's my suggestion we combine the two.
And you want me to run against the Red?
Mm-hmm.
Where are you going to find one?
Well, I did think of Campo.
Campo? We only called him a Red. Poor old Campo. I'd almost forgotten him. He was nothing but a milk and water social democrat. Besides, the real trouble with Campo is he is dead.
Who's Campo, Sugar Plum?
Before your time, sweetmeat. Campo was president of the Republic before the coup d'etat.
What did he die of?
Oh, some of the boys were chasing him.
The boys?
My boys.
It was fairly rough going in the last days of the Civil War, senor.
You know the sea cliff up west of the country club above the prison camp called Lover's Leap? Well, Campo leapt. We told the people that he fled, escaping justice by leaving the country, which is, after all, more or less what happened. By the way, where's Lime?
In the Grand Imperial Hotel in his suite. He wanted a hot bath.
If he gets it at the Grand Imperial, he made history.
While I was in America, Excellency, I made quite a survey of election campaign methods. And in many cities and even in some states,
Sweetmeat, make me another drink.
Look, I'm sorry to press this point, but I'm not mistaken, am I, in the belief that we're facing a real crisis?
Crisis? Bankruptcy. Not too much water, sweetmeat.
Now, to get back to the American election.
Don't eat so many nuts, Sugar
Let
Plum.
us say that some political machine is challenged by a reform party. Yes? Well, first, if this other party gets a bigger vote, there's the venerable tradition of dropping the ballot boxes in the river. But the best tactic is to ensure victory from the outset, and for this purpose, the cemetery is best.
The what?
What good the cemetery?
Party workers are sent to the public graveyards. They consult the names on the tombstones and make careful lists which come in very handy on election day. There's no better way of getting a comfortable majority for the straight party ticket. Really, there's nothing more reliable than a dead voter. Now, my idea is even better. Without boasting, I feel it bears the hallmark of true statesmanship.
All right. What is it?
I'll put it simply.
I doubt that, but go on.
If you can improve your chances in political campaigns by using dead voters, why not make absolutely sure?
Fine. But how do you do it?
Isn't it obvious? A dead candidate.
Naturally, I wasn't present for any of these secret meetings of state, but later I managed to piece it all together in jail. How did I happen to be in jail? We're coming to that, but just for a minute, let's review the situation. The Malinian dictatorship was busy turning itself into a democracy to put it over on Harry Lime, who in turn was putting it over on Malinia. The banquet, in my honor, of course, was a big do in which all the guests got themselves nicely tanked up on Abomino. I managed finally to get away for a taxi ride with Susie. The driver took us up to a place called Lover's Leap.
Lover's Leap is what they call it, senorita. But Campo's Leap is the real name.
Campo? That's the name of the man who's going to run in the election. They told us about it tonight, Harry.
Sure they did.
But, driver, you don't mean to say he jumped in the ocean from here.
Senorita, he did not have any choice.
But he couldn't have lived.
Oh, we have always told ourselves that he did, senor. A sardine boat picked him up, and someday he comes sailing back and deliver Malinia from its bondage.
But, driver, haven't you heard about the election?
Maybe the driver wasn't at the bank.
Oh, that's true. Well, driver, they just announced the election tonight. Campo is going to run for president.
Too bad.
Well, why too bad?
Well, you said they were running him for president.
Yes.
Then he must certainly be dead.
Yes, but what happens if they elect him?
Elect who?
The dead candidate, of course. It's your idea. What happens if this social democrat, this Campo, wins the election?
Senor, of course he'll win it.
How can he if he's dead?
That's just what makes it such good politics. We encourage the popular notion that Campo is alive. And since he's not, he's the perfect candidate to run against the admiral.
But that means Sugar Plum will be defeated.
Yes, the voting public is notoriously ungrateful. But listen to this, senor. We rig it so that Campo apparently announces that infirmity and old age make it inadvisable for him to return from exile.
I should think so. The man's dead.
Meanwhile, up Campo's leap. The Millennium moon was still going full force.
Harry,
Yes, Susie?
come closer.
Closer? With pleasure.
No, keep your head up. I want to get a look at you.
Ah, Senorita, you have noticed it as well.
Driver, you're a very nice driver, I'm sure, but I wish you'd go away.
No, Senor, no. You will be needing me to drive you to the hospital.
Hospital?
It's true. You're coming out in spots, isn't he, driver?
Yes, and just wait till you see him tomorrow morning.
Spots? What kind of spots?
Malinian measles, Senor. That'll be 3 weeks at least, Senor, in quarantine.
Millennium measles. That's what I had to thank for missing the better part of the history-making Millennium election campaign. However, Susie, who came daily to push fresh fruit through the bars of the pest house, kept me pretty closely informed.
Come in, come in.
Is this your office, Wakimo?
Yes, excuse the shirt sleeves, but we're awfully busy in
With
here.
all those titles on the door?
Yes, I'm now acting Minister of Culture. Have a drink. Chief of Secret Police and the Admiral's campaign manager. Here you are.
Thanks, Wakimo. Well, this is Bazo.
Certainly it's Basil. The stuff is sweeping a bomino right off the market.
Now, tell me about Campo.
Campo's doing almost as well.
And Friezo?
Friezo, never heard of him. No, besides the Admiral, Campo's the only candidate.
Friezo isn't a candidate. It's a drink.
You mean like Basil?
Well, Friezo is better than Buzzo, really, if you ask me.
I didn't. Lime gave me a nice percentage of the Basil concession, and there's no need for competition.
Competition is democracy.
Exactly. Here, let me read you Campo's dying words. I just wrote them. Beloved fellow countrymen, you see, we thought we'd best let him die officially just on the election eve. More dramatic that way and a whole lot safer. Come in, come in.
Hello, it's me.
Keep your distance, you're in quarantine.
Not anymore. I sort out the bars with my nail file. Besides, my spots are fading, aren't they, Susie?
A little, Harry, but there's such a lot of them, aren't there?
Joaquimo, I came here to make a confession.
Sorry, we haven't got time for that now.
No, this election has gone far enough,
You mean
old
you got
man.
instructions from Washington?
No, I don't ever get any instructions from Washington. This
Oh?
was Susie's idea, Joaquimo. She just made up one of her little stories.
I
you
haven't
know
got
how
time. Wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me you are not the president's right-hand man?
That's right.
You're under arrest!
Arrest?
What for?
Suspicion of being an American spy. Take him away!
En route to the Huskow, my little escort party and I encountered a new visitor to the island. A dapper, ambassadorial sort of character with a crew cut. Look here. Are you an American?
I am.
Oh, thank heaven. Maybe you can get me out of this. My name is Lime.
Lime? Did you say Lime?
Yes, Lime.
Not Lime of Buzzo.
Well, yes.
I'm Jones of Friezo. Good day, sir.
Hello, get me the newspapers. Get me the newspapers on the phone. Quiet now, everybody. Quiet now. Let's keep our heads. Hello, hello. Is this the editor's office? Quiet! Here's your headline for tonight. Throw that polls discovered. Martial law declared. That's right. Call out the guards. Close all the bars in the billiard hall. Shut off the telephone. Wait. I can improve that headline. Quiet! Never mind the newspapers. Send the boys out to burn up the ballot boxes.
Too late, too late.
What do you mean?
Too late.
Too late.
Too late?
It doesn't matter a bit if Campo's elected.
Yes, but it does matter if he's alive.
Alive? You mean Campo isn't dead after all?
He certainly isn't. He's been in America all this time working for Friezo.
What's Friezo? Another one of those soft drinks.
Campo's been working as a bottle washer in the Scranton Works. Well, you know how Friezo feels about Buzzo.
Signora, this is not a competition between soda pop.
Oh, yes, it is. Now, Friezo sees a way to edge Buzzo out of Malignia. They've chartered a special plane.
A special plane?
Yes. President-elect Campo is due into Malignia tonight.
Well, you know what that means. It means a special plane for us going out. Well, Your Excellency, we have dared greatly, and we have failed. Yes, what do you want?
My name is Jones.
Who cares?
Jones of Friezo. Senora, Your Excellency, gentlemen, I beg to inform you that Malignia is liberated.
What do you mean, liberated?
You must face the logic of history, Senora.
Yes, democracy has come to Millennia by courtesy of Friezo.
Viva Friezo!
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Included in the liberation, I'm glad to say, was one slightly spotted jailbird by the name of Harry Lime. I was also included on the passenger list of the outgoing plane. And there you have it, the inside dope on the birth of a nation. I'll never go straight again.
Presenting Orson Welles as the third man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
Hello. This is your old friend, Harry Lime. I've got a story for you. It all happened on a train going through the Balkans, from Istanbul to Belgrade. Oh, there's a mysterious veiled woman in it, naturally. And the whole thing ends up with me losing a suitcase full of money and getting a medal for doing it.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in today's story, It's in the Bag.
The Orient Express, the Central Line, that is, runs between Istanbul and Paris. I wanted as much mileage between me and Turkey as possible, So I had my ticket booked all the way. Orient Express, was one of those famous trains like the Scottish Flyer, the Chief, the 20th Century, the Blue Train, the Trans-Siberian. In the bad old days before the war, the Orient Express, particularly as far as Athens, could be relied on to provide a better cross-section of weird animals than a traveling circus. It was the kind of arena where you found bearskin hats and velvet collars, beards like cowcatchers, and mustachios as big as ox horns, and, of course, always the mysterious veiled ladies that turned the Balkan evenings into Arabian Nights. Now, in the bad new days, the traveling companions you're likely to find yourself with are rarely more than faces to break the monotony of the landscape. Take my own neighbor, a little Greek in a suit that looked as if it had been clipped out of a comic strip. His face, if you could call it a face, was just something that grew a few inches north of his neck. The only feature to indicate which side was front was a pair of eyes that looked like black currants swimming in lemon juice. Altogether, not the prettiest traveling companion I could have chosen, and a personality about as charming as a wad of yesterday's chewing gum.
You will be going in to dine, monsieur?
No, what's that?
I asked monsieur if he's eating food on the train.
Yes, I suppose so, yes.
Ah, pity. Or rather, perhaps I should say a mistake.
No?
I have a sister-in-law, monsieur, a woman of great force of character, well married, and full of years, and she died on this train.
Oh, yeah?
My sister-in-law ate one of the meals on this train.
What happened to her?
She is dead.
Poisoned?
No, she fell off an excursion steamer in the Bosphorus and was drowned.
Well, what's her eating on this train got to do with it?
She contracted the heartburn, monsieur. This is a dreadful complaint. It afflicts the outlook on life, you understand? To suffer the indigestion is to live in constant danger of despair. And we must never despair, must we, monsieur? We must always remember that the life is good.
That's right. Now, if you'll excuse me, please, I'm hungry.
My sister-in-law ate on this train.
Look, old man, it's all intensely interesting, but I really must go now. I won't get a table.
One moment, monsieur. By the way, my name is Stathakopoulos. I have here a sausage.
Good for you, Mr. Stathakopoulos, but please don't start telling me the life story of the sausage. I haven't time.
I have here also several portions of fried fish, bread, a couple of onions, as you can see, and a bottle of Greek wine.
Notice the onion.
Very sweet but strong, monsieur.
Good for you.
I implore you to remember the faith of my sister-in-law and to join me in this so wholesome repast.
Well, really, old man, that's very nice of you, but as...
Please, gentlemen, the tables are all full in the dining
tables
car
are full.
for seating. Shall I reserve for you a place for the second?
When will that be?
Oh, not more than an hour, sir.
Oh, thank you so much, but no, we are making our meal here.
Very good.
Look.
We will have what the English call the picnic. It is really very chic and gay.
Yes, well,
please, monsieur, you will be doing me the favor of your conversation.
Well,
just to begin, have a piece of salami.
Luckily, as Mr. Stathakopoulos had promised, the wine of his country, although tasting a little like concentrated extract of candy store with a bit of cough medicine thrown in, had the kick of the proverbial army mule. I took very little, and he took quite a lot, and pretty soon, Greece's most relentless conversationalist was beginning to slow up.
Oh, you're a wonderful fellow, Mr. Lime. That's what you said your name is.
Call me Harry, and if you feel like it, old man, we'll turn out the light now and you can go to sleep. Want to try and get some sleep?
No. Oh, no. I do not care to sleep. No, thank you, Mr. Lime.
Oh, that's all right.
No, indeed. I do not think I do not trust you, but all the same, I will not sleep.
Oh, what's trusting me got to do with it?
But I do trust you, Harry. I trust you implicitly. I beg your pardon.
Salami. That's quite all right. Yes.
You're very kind, Harry. I like you, but I have the...
Take some more wine. That'll cure you.
An excellent idea.
Finish it up, old man. It's yours.
Oh, well, if you insist, just this tiny drop. Well, chin. Chin. Excuse it, please. Now the wine is finished. We'll talk.
Well, if you don't mind, old man, I think I'll just turn off the light, try to catch up with a little shut-eye.
Oh, the light? No. You must not do that. No, the light must remain on.
But why?
If you turn off the light, it is dark.
And you're scared of the dark?
The dark? No. But when it is dark, the caps of my eyes close, and who knows, with the caps shut, I might go to sleep.
Do your world of good, old man.
Tell me the truth, Harry. if you have $10,000 in your pocket, will you go to sleep?
I've got more than that.
More? More than $10,000?
A whole lot more. Doesn't keep me from sleeping.
How much more?
$100,000.
$100,000?
Dollars, that's right. Well, thanks for the picnic, old man, and be sure to wake me up when we get to Belgrade. Good night. I pretended to go to sleep, and my grubby little friend, after picking his nails nervously with the broken blade of a penknife, settled down to watch me closely. I observed all of this out of the corner of one slightly opened eye and went on with a lot of fake snores for his benefit, praying all the time that the wine would finally be too much for him and he'd nod off. But not a hope of that. No, he was going to stay awake if it killed him. I could have killed him out of sheer exasperation.
Harry. Harry, wake up.
Yes, what is it?
We pretty soon be at the border.
Will we?
And then what will you say to the customs officials about that mark?
I'm not going to say anything.
That is clever of you.
Yeah?
Me, I'm not going to say anything either. They very seldom search one's pockets, and I think we will be safe.
Sure, we'll be safe.
Forgive me for waking you up.
Oh,
Harry,
it's all right.
But I'm nervous.
You mean you aren't used to carrying all that dough?
That's right. I keep everything else in the bank. But this, I have made on perhaps I should not tell you. But then I could see you are a regular fellow.
Sure, I'm a regular fellow. How'd you make it?
What you say, a killing in the black market. And the authorities...
Don't worry, old man. Any little secret like that is safe with me.
You mean you too are in the black market?
Oh, no, that's not my racket. I'm in the counterfeit racket.
Counterfeit?
Well, you know how it is, old man. We all got to do our little bit to help old Europe get on her feet again. Everybody's short of money, so print some more, and everybody's happy, huh? Look at this one. Did you ever see a more beautiful job? Huh? Now, here, compare it with a government job. Wretched paper, smudged printing, shocking watermarks. The Yugoslav Mint ought to be ashamed of itself. Now, look at mine. It's a work of art. I think it'll make you feel proud. Everybody prefers it to the official brand.
Well, I'm not surprised.
So, with some underground assistance from another bottle of the local hooch, I allowed myself to be drawn into a business deal, $50,000 worth of nice, crisp Yugoslav banknotes to be sold to Mr. Stavrakopoulos at 25% of face value if, and that's a mighty big if my partner in Belgrade would agree to it.
But, Harry, why should he not?
Because he's got his own clients, old man, waiting for the whole thing, don't you see? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. At the next stop, I'll get out and phone Belgrade. If my partner says okay, it's a deal. When the train pulled into the next whistle stop, I made like a bird for the station master's office.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll get the number for you immediately.
From where I sat by the window, I could see my little Greek watching me from the train compartment. I gave him the old OK sign, and he produced a grin that looked as if his teeth hurt him.
Oh, here is your call, sir.
Thanks. Hello, Border Police? The police? This is a tip, and don't ask me who I am. There's a counterfeiter in the compartment 25 of the Orient Express. I can't tell you his name. I'll just give you the compartment. Number 25. He's carrying $100,000 worth of forged banknotes.
To się dzieje, proszę Państwa, nikt nie rozumie, wszyscy krzyczą, nie wiadomo co. Prendo forte, subito, facciamo presto, altrimenti lo perdiamo. Andiamo subito.
Oh, Harry, I thought the train had left you behind.
Don't worry, your pretty little head. Harry never gets left far behind.
Then everything is all right?
It's in the bag.
The what?
The bag. Bring out the cash and we'll swap. It's okay with my partner, but I've got to get off at the next stop and meet another client. Let's hustle.
All right, Harry. Shall I count it out?
Don't bother. Just put it down over here on the seat, and I'll count it. Count my stuff at the same time.
Right.
All right, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. That's it down. What's that?
police!
Police!
All my money!
What's that cop saying?
He's saying hands up and do not touch that counterfeit money.
It's not mine, I tell you. It is not
You
mine.
don't have to shout at me. I'm not touching it anyway.
It is, I tell you. It's all his.
Is that true?
Well, a man in a raincoat and a black hat gave it to me at the
So
last stop.
the money does not belong to this gentleman.
That's right. It's not mine. I am an honest businessman.
Now, wait a minute.
I don't deal in false currency. I'm a Greek subject. I insist on my constitutional
Shut
right.
up! You won't be troubled,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
We will pick up all this money and have it investigated. And if the American gentleman will come with us quietly, we will not have to hold up the train any longer.
That's right. Arrest him, the gangster, the racketeer, the counterfeiter.
Shut up!
Yes, sir.
No need for the handcuffs, officer. I'm coming quietly. When the jail door shut behind me, I gave 1 minute's silence to the memory of a certain little Greek salesman who must have discovered by now that he'd talked himself out of $10,000. And so to bed.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man. In today's story, It's in the Bag.
Came the dawn. Came also the sweet scent of cabbage soup and black bread.
My dear Mr. Lime, 1,000 pardons.
Good morning.
Good morning. As Chief of Police, I regret so deeply the deplorable mistake of our silly border
Oh,
guard.
don't worry, old man. The regrets are all mine.
Ah, you joke. How nice. The Americans, always a well-known sense of humor.
Yes,
The money,
for a
too.
gag, yes.
There was no doubt of what you call it, a practicing joke, no?
No.
No?
No.
Most naturally, Belgrade immediately informed us that your banknotes were, of course, of perfect order.
Of course, yes.
How those silly train guards could ever have mistaken them for counterfeit is beyond me.
Me too.
I offer you on behalf of People's Democracy of Yugoslavia my apology.
Oh, don't worry so much, old man. Everything's in clover. Let's just get away from the cabbage soup and have ourselves a spot of real dinner, shall we?
Ah, you are a man of spirit, Mr. Lime. Follow me.
Don't let anybody tell you they're starving in Europe. You just got to know where to go. Me, I went to what used to be the Royal Suite at the best hotel in town and had myself a ball with the chief of police and one or two of the local celebrities. The female celebrities, that is.
Oh, Harry, you are the limit. I want more champagne.
Waiter, another bottle of champagne for everybody.
Harry, give him a little kiss, Nina. Oh, Harry!
Yeah, you see? That's how to handle those Europeans. Treat them right, I always say, and they'll treat you right. And so goodbye to gay little Yugoslavia. So, here we are again, back on the Orient Express with Mr. Stathakopoulos' $10,000 to finance the trip. What's more, in place of Mr. Stathakopoulos' family reminiscences and fried fish, we are now sharing a compartment with a fine-looking chick, pickled in bandy by Piguet and stacked like a proud frigate. She's the classic lady of mystery. She's even wearing a veil, but not so much of it that you can't appreciate what lies behind. I am just figuring a way to get through the camouflage when she gets the first word in ahead of me.
Monsieur,
Yes, madame?
I wonder if you could perhaps have the goodness to help me down with the bag.
Oh, it's a pleasure, madame. The big one on the rack?
If you do not mind, monsieur. It is rather heavy.
For a lady, nothing is too heavy. She'd been exaggerating the way girls were. It wasn't heavy at all. In fact, it hardly weighed more than my own little bag that didn't contain anything except $50,000 and a toothbrush. And don't think that I took my eyes off the little bag for one moment, even while helping my new lady friend down with her outsized bag. Harry may be gallant with the ladies, but Harry don't have much trouble keeping the hair out of his eyes.
Oh, it is not silly, but I'm always so frightened of tunnels. Like a woman.
Well, someone knocked off an American consul in one of these tunnels a few weeks ago. If you aren't in the diplomatic service, I don't think you have to worry about anything more serious than what pretty girls usually have to worry about. And there's always me to protect your virtue. My name's Harry Lime, by the way.
Olga Ragoshin.
Miss or Mrs.?
Me.
How nice. And you're going all the way to Belgrade?
All the way and a little beyond.
Now, isn't it strange how that makes the whole journey immediately worthwhile? Let's drink to a most pleasant trip. I have here a little bottle of something rather special. It was presented to me by the local chief of police. Recognition of a little job I did for him.
A job?
Don't worry, nothing political.
Oh, I see.
Keep your nose clean. That's my idea of insurance. Shall we have that little drink now?
Oh, but why not?
Excuse me, please. Is there a seat here?
No.
But yes.
Oh.
Well, once you're in, I guess you better sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Not there. That's my bag.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, as long as the lady and I were alone in the compartment, I didn't mind this coy habit of the Orient Express of keeping its passengers in the dark while racing through chains of tunnels. But now that we had company, I began to feel a bit bashful about it, and with good reason. For when we got out of the tunnel, my little bag had gone. No, I didn't raise the alarm. I didn't pull the emergency cord either, not yet anyway. I just looked at my two fellow travelers and thought things over. What worried me was not so much who'd taken the bag, but how they'd gotten rid of it. The window was closed, the door was shut, the baggage rack was in plain sight, and neither the girl nor the man could possibly have hidden it on his person. And then what, under the seat? I dropped a coin, started looking for it. What did I find? A coin, of course. No bag.
Monsieur.
Oh, call me Harry, please.
All right, Harry. The tunnel, it is made the air rather bad, is it not?
Yes.
Perhaps you could open the window a bit.
Perhaps. You know, these windows stick as a rule. It takes about 3 strong men and 1 derrick to raise them.
Perhaps the other gentleman could help.
No.
No?
I regret, but I am blind.
Oh.
Well, that seemed to rule out the man. So while I went through the motions of trying to open the window, I watched the reflection of my girlfriend in the glass. As I was saying, you've got to be patient in my line of business. Even if it makes you look like a fool spending half an hour trying to get a train window open. But in the end, I was rewarded. Yeah. It was the big bag, of course. My little bag was in the big one. Very cute. I opened the window. All I had to do now when we got out of the tunnel was to grab the big bag and get my money back. If the girl didn't carry a rod, that shouldn't be too tough. Anyway, that's what I thought. But when we did come out into daylight again, it turned out that old Harry had been outsmarted for the second time. Now the big bag had disappeared. How? I'll give you one guess. Through the window that I had so obligingly opened for Olga. So what now? Well, the old emergency cord, of course.
It's Boris! It's Boris! I say, what's happened?
An American. He fell from the train.
No, he's running away now.
Well, how will I know? He's an American, that's why.
The train guards, they are after him. They will catch him.
Yes, they will catch him. That was just about what I figured myself. Those Yugoslavs knew their tunnels. I was way ahead of them, but they were closing in on me. Anyway, somebody was closing in. As I was running and stumbling through that tunnel, a nasty thought occurred to me. Maybe it was the blind man, after all, who tossed out the bag. If so, he'd have all the advantage over me in the dark. And at that moment, I stumbled over something and fell. What I'd fallen over wasn't the bag, and what my fingers touched wasn't money, but a face, a man's face. I couldn't see who it was. There wasn't time to strike a match. The train guards were right behind me, and I had to run, but I didn't run far, for suddenly I had it all figured out. The Greek must have sent the dame with a trick bag after me to get back his dough. She had an accomplice placed in the tunnel to pick up the bag. The whole thing was timed perfectly. A bit too perfectly. Because when Olga tossed out the bag, it hit her accomplice on the noodle and knocked him cold. So why was I running? You tell me. Or, as my mother used to say, Harry, there's nothing like the force of habit.
Hey there! Mr. Lime! Hello, Mr. Lime!
So help me, it was my old chum, the police chief.
Mr. Lime, are you there?
Here!
We got you, Mr. Lime. Come on back.
What can you do when you get that sort of reception? You gotta be polite. So you go back like a good boy.
Mr. Lime, on behalf of the Yugoslav People's Democracy,
Yes?
I extend my most profound appreciation and gratitude for this
all right.
astounding exhibition of quick action and bravery.
What's that?
Why, it must have taken an enormous strength to knock out a man as powerful and dangerous as Leonov.
Leonov? You mean you know him?
Know him? Why, Mr. Lime, he is our public enemy number one. Everybody knows
Just one thing. I wonder, officer, if any of your men have happened to stumble over a suitcase.
Indeed we have.
Oh,
A large
good.
suitcase with a fortune of money inside.
Oh, thank heaven for that.
Yes, we are very, very lucky.
The money was in a smaller suitcase, crammed into the big one, wasn't it? You know, that suitcase
No,
is...
strange you knew about the suitcase.
Know about it? Why, that suitcase...
Ah, marvelous, absolutely marvelous. You are to be doubly congratulated.
Oh, thanks. Now, about that suitcase...
Not only have you overwhelmed one of the worst enemies of Yugoslavian
Well, I
people's
didn't
democracy.
exactly overwhelm him. You see, that suitcase...
Exactly, was the property of his sister.
His sister?
A dangerous woman, sir, and another agent, of course.
I see.
It is indeed fortunate that we have managed to intercept that money. It was intended, naturally, for the financing of more sabotage.
Now, just a minute. Let me tell you about that money,
No
because...
need at all, sir. No need at all. We understand everything, and the money has, of course, been confiscated by the proper authorities.
Confiscated?
Your part in this aspect of the affair will also be mentioned in the citation.
What citation?
Sir,
that suitcase.
Sir, you
now-
are going to receive as your reward for this glorious...
Yes. What will I receive?
The highest decoration of the People's Democracy of Yugoslavia can bestow.
A medal? Who wants a medal? I tell you, that money is mine.
I beg your pardon?
Well, you heard me. I said the money is mine.
Sir, that's a very mercenary attitude.
I
You
don't...
forgive me for saying
I don't care. I want my money. I don't care with it.
You would be very
Mercenary.
mistaken to try to set yourself against the will of the people's government. Others have tried, and, well, take a piece of friendly advice, sir.
Yes?
It's what I'd do in your place. Besides, there really isn't any alternative.
Well, what's the pitch?
Settle for the medal.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Well, kiddies, I suppose there's some sort of a moral to this little tale of mine. I don't quite know what it is. If you want a medal, you might try riding on the Orient Express. But if you want to get rich, don't speak to strange gentlemen on the train.